investigation insisting that President William Ruto should now give him a diplomatic post abroad where his skills can be put to good use.
He knows the security of the country. He even said he knows where the people, everyone sleeps in Kenya. So the question the family and all of us are asking, where are these bandits? Why is it taking long to operate? And also the police and the minister must apologize to this country.
It is so sad. Tunapoenda kupumzisha padri wetu, hakuna mtu anatuambia kama hawa watu wameshika. Na mimi nataka niulize DCI, kwa sababu alikuwa na speed kabisa kama ya 100 meters ku-expose the fake abduction of Juja MP. Watumie hiyo same speed kutuambia nani aliua Mungu wetu.
Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Mandago on his part has stressed the urgent need for enhanced security in the Kerio Valley to prevent further violence.
We have no reason as a nation now, considering we are reasonable force in the country that can handle our borders and make sure Kenya is safe from external aggression. We must deal with the internal aggression we are witnessing.
And the killing of Father Betta sparked national outrage, with some Kenyans demanding accountability from security agencies and government officials. The delay in arresting the suspects has raised serious questions about the effectiveness of leadership in the Ministry of Interior and its ability to address critical security matters. Nairobi County Woman Representative Esther Passaris is now calling on Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu Hassan to address the plight of activists Boniface Mwangi of Kenya and Ugandan journalist Agatha Atuhaire. Passaris, speaking on her X account, has vowed to put pressure on the East African Legislative Assembly through the National Assembly to address issues of integration and freedom of expression, citing the harassment of the two as a violation of human rights. Speaking to reporters yesterday, Mwangi said Tanzanian police forced him to strip, tied his feet with ropes and thereafter assaulted him.
Then they took us, drove for about 20 minutes. Then they took us to a building. And then told me to face the wall and then squat. Then a man came and was putting his fingers and then saying that, say you're feeling nice, say you're feeling good, say Asante Samia. Then they would do that. And then they would do that.
Just got afraid when they blindfolded us. I think I was afraid when they picked us up, and then I told myself, there's nothing you can do.
At the same time, Mwangi has lamented over the Kenyan government's support for Tanzania when he was going through torture and abuse.
My government let me down. My government sided with Suluhu's government and said we're interfering with Tanzanian politics. We were not interfering in Tanzanian politics. We went there as visitors and we did not hide the reasons for our visit. I've been to Tanzania before to visit another political prisoner, Freeman Boy, who was Chadema's leader before Tundu Lissu. I was in Uganda when Bobi Wine was under house arrest. I went to Uganda when Stella Nyanzi was in jail, visited her in jail. I've done that in many other African countries because I'm an African.
Retired Chief Justice Willie Mutunga said the activists were arrested and tortured in inhumane ways, and human rights activists are calling for a thorough investigation into these cases.
We look to the East African Community, SADC, East African Court of Justice, the International Commission of Juries, Foreign Embassies in East Africa, and the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights to act decisively. The time for silence is over. Stand with the people of East Africa.
That's the news. Why? I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Hello? The world has not ended. We are still here. Even if the rapture happened, we were not left behind. Very, 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 very good morning to you. It's Tuesday. I wanted to say Monday, but it's not Monday. Hope you're doing okay. Good morning, Dennis Aseto.
Good morning, Ndu. How are you doing? How was your weekend?
It was okay. I thought I was going to sleep more, but I didn't. And I don't know why.
I slept more.
You slept more than me.
Yes. I slept more than you. That I can confirm.
Hey, okay.
That's the only thing he could do. We understand about it.
Yeah.
But uko salama otherwise?
Otherwise, niko fiti.
Okay. We bless the name of the Lord.
Amen.
Mark Bichachi.
Yes,
Otherwise.
yeah.
Good morning.
Good, Jaber.
How? Hey, Jaber.
Doko na deni yangu.
Ya nini? Nilikuwa nataka kupigia simu.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. I felt like I was walking through, you know how, like, because I swim a lot, right? So you know how, like, you've been swimming for a while, and then later on in the day, you feel as though there's just like around. That's how I felt.
Sasa, mimi acha nikwambie, kuna kitu inaitwa rununu. Hiyo rununu ukichukua, kuna kitu inaitwa contact list. Kenda kwa contact list unafinya M. M ya kwanza inakuanga mark. Ukishafika hapo unabonyeza kidude
what?
Kidude unabonyeza. Ukishabonyeza hivi itakuuliza call, unasema yes. Alafu utanipata ghafla bin vu.
Okay, it's like that.
It is like that.
I shall try it today and I shall tell you the result.
Otherwise you're good.
Niko salama.
Nice to see you.
Nina jaribu.
Me, I enjoyed the long weekend. I slept inappropriately, ate inappropriately, and now I'm here inappropriately also. Inordinate amounts of time were spent on all of those activities.
That is very good. It's very good. Yes, so we did a Madaraka Day thing yesterday, and we, decided to sleep a little bit, but then get into conversations this morning, and there are a number of them that we will have. This is the Situation Room. It is Kenya's biggest conversation. I know you have questions. Don't worry. Trust me. Everything is okay. Sawa sawa. And we're getting into it this morning. A number of things happened. People went to Homa Bay.
Homa Bay.
Homa Bay. Homa Bay.
Homa Bay has beautiful views, though.
Apparently, it's got some really beautiful views. I don't think enough of this country is seen by enough Kenyans. Yeah. Honestly, I think that you could actually do the thing like the Americans do and keep your local tourism and actually push it up to, quite the numbers that you're looking for could actually come from Kenyans themselves.
I was actually watching a certain group of cyclists who travel from all over the world to go for a trail in Homa Bay. It was really, really beautiful, And I'm like, why don't you do those things?
It's true. I agree. Why not? I think not enough Kenyans visit Kenyan places. Yeah. And I've noticed that, and I think that it needs to be different. But just looking, interesting. The things that you see, Homa Bay, it is a bay. It's a bay, literally. Yeah. So it's surrounded by water.
Yeah.
And so they have very, very, very beautiful views. We're going to get into things this morning.
So, we talk about Lake Victoria, but it's Homa Bay that has the vast water in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, Me, I purpose to go to Homa Bay.
Me too, I want to go to Homa Bay. Nataka niende nione Bay or the Bay. But usijali.
No further comments to be offered from me.
Yeah, I know.
I was in Homa Bay, I think the year 2004. I can't remember anything.
Oh wow. Okay. Were you inebriated?
Even the was not there, so
yeah, but I was. Are you trying to? I was of age.
The fact that you can't remember says a lot.
You are of some kind of age. Hey, okay, so guys, we're getting into it. I know that you're asking questions about where CT is, and let me just tell you, trust me on this. He'll be back. He'll be back soon. Sawa, trust me on this. He'll be back soon. All right. And as we get into the things the conversations that we need to have, we will focus on those particular issues. Sawa. Now, the morning is going to be an interesting one already, because we see certain things having happened over the weekend, and we saw things that happened before that, and we see things that continue to happen. Let's start off with what's happening in the counties. And Simon Gishoki is the Secretary General of the Association of Public Sector General Suppliers. The issue of pending bills is not a joke. Where does the money go? Understanding county spending and debt. He's going to join us at 7:00, because it has been back and forth in terms of, okay, when the money actually comes, where does it go? Are we talking about overheads? Are we talking about recurrent expenditure? We'll look at that. And then at 8 a.m., Wycliffe Mobek Mogaka is the Executive Committee member of the Diaspora Technical Working Group. He'll be talking to us about diaspora voices in electoral reform. Remember, there are many questions. People are asking, can I vote where I am? Can I do all kinds of things? Where are we involved when this huge growing number of Kenya's diaspora is concerned? Finally, 9 a.m., Gloria Orwoba is a nominated senator. She will join us at that hour. We'll talk about who really runs the show, Parliament or the executive. That's the conversation that we'll have with her at 9 a.m. So that's what the Situation Room looks like. That's the rundown. Come on into the room. Karibu Sana as we start into those conversations this week. Okay, there is a country. It's surrounded by South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where Mark is taking us this week.
You're reading my mind.
Sindo?
Okay. That vibration frequency is right.
It's on the money. Okay, Sawa. Go.
Well, there's a country that is called Eswatini. It used to be called Swaziland, the land of the Swazi. Now, in this land that is totally surrounded by South Africa, they happen to have what as a leader?
A king.
Yes, it is a monarchy. But the best part about this monarchy is the number of queens. No, they don't have one like bees or one like ants. No. They have many so that the colony cannot fail. See what I did there? Well
done.
Well, this, by the way, I'm choosing this one for today. Not because I'm talking about anyone or anything, so don't take it personal.
Just go.
So Dennis.
Wow.
So Dennis.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah, which other Dennis is here? You think there are 3 Dennises. Okay, Dennis number 1.
Okay.
When a gorilla is in power, the monkeys are happy.
Because it's one of your own.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even if it's not exactly you, there's some kind of relation.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yani nugu akiwa enzini, manugu wengine wanafurahi.
Yeah, it's closer home. So.
Well, isn't that what we see right now? People are happy because their person more or less is there. And the assumption is that if the person is sitting at the table, there will be some crumbs that are falling to the floor.
True. Yeah.
Or if your person is next to the seat of power, there will be something that comes to you.
Yeah. You know, the truth also is that if the person who is your MCA, governor, whatever, the reason you like him is because you got the same characters.
Yeah. Or they thought that if my person is in power, I'm equally in power. So,
yeah. So what is the moral of the lesson?
What?
Don't be a monkey.
Okay. Or a gorilla.
Or a gorilla.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
As we continue to look at stories, look into those conversations that are necessary for us to have. Let's say hi to folks who are getting into the room really quickly this morning, and we can see you all already. Our live streams are up, YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and we're also joined soon by our audience on KTN for those who are getting in the door that way. So keep coming in, guys. Tell us where you're tuning in from. Don Sabwa says, okay, you started with the thing and you say the opposition in Kenya seems to be in a hurry to always shake UDA every moment. Hence, the government is ever in a panic mode as it reacts. Okay. You're asking, how are you, Ndu Aseto and Mark? We are fine. Robert Tobago is tuning from Mombasa. Jumbo Situation Room, getting you loud and clear here in Forney, Texas, is James Kamau. Good morning to you. Ann Gore says, Chamgay, my beautiful people. Good morning, my sister. How are you doing? It's the city from the city of Nairobi in a new month. Happy June. Happy June. Linus Gitonga is tuned in this morning. Joe Mungai tuned in from Bonnie Lake and says, sad that Boniface Mwangi had to endure such great suffering at the hands of rogue security agents. It was very difficult to watch and very difficult to read.
Too hard.
That I couldn't finish reading it. I couldn't finish watching it because I said,
you know, it's like every 30 seconds is a chapter.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the roller coaster. As in Boniface Mwangi, on behalf of Kenyans, we are very, very sorry. Together with our sister from Uganda, I profoundly apologize for what you went through. I know we have nothing to do with it, but bro, you didn't deserve that at all.
No
Pole sana. Pole.
We're going to look into it a little bit more. Greetings, Team TSR. Looking forward to greater insights. Good morning, Stanley. JB Mutua is tuned in this morning as well. Good morning from the Pearl of Africa, says Chisa Daniel. And Bernardito, we should not be left hanging by government. It shouldn't. What happened to them? Desmond Ortiz says, the new tune in Luo Nyanza dubbed Tutam is sweetest to them, but let's wait for the changes. Okay. How are you this new June? Very well, thank you. Soldier Boy says, back again with love from Atlanta. Happy post Mashujaa Day. I don't think it was Mashujaa Day. I think it was Madaraka Day. Sindo? I'm seeming to, I think I know one or two things. Eric Owar says, good morning. Abdikadir Hawadi says, good morning. Hawadle, says, good morning. Tuning from Garissa. Our long Madaraka Day was fantastic and great, full of vibes. Good morning to you. Good morning, SpiceFM. It's only 2 days to the weekend. Eugene, you've already started counting days to the weekend. We just got here, man. Tuning from Colchester says, Rahim Tula Omar. Young Jedi says, good morning. New week, new month. Half a year has just flown by. Boss, we were just saying Happy New Year.
Yeah.
We were just saying Merry Christmas to you. And now we're saying it's winter in Kenya.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Good morning from Sydney, says Hillary. Good morning, Spices. Agola, we see you. Good morning. And you said, where is he? He's around. Don't worry. You'll be back. Abera Bethwell says, good morning. Tuned in from Kiambu County. Happy post 62nd Madaraka Day celebration, SpiceFM team. Good morning to you, Paul Nje here. How are you? Yes, we see you. I see what you're doing. Ongani Malala says, good morning, Team Spice. Happy new month to you too, bro. Simon Kibiro is also tuned in and says, have a good one. Thank you, sir. Man P tuned in from Austin in Texas. Chris Mora, you said, good morning, Wakenya. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Ndu from the rest from London. So actually, my name is Ndu. Ndo actually is a different word in my language, which means sorry. So Ndo is sorry. Ndu is actually my name. It's all in the intonation, but in this case, a totally different word.
Sorry for calling you Ndo.
Ndo.
See what I'm saying? Ndu. Sorry for calling you Ndo, and then in your word Ndo.
I'm telling you, the things I've been called. I'm looking for what I've not been called. My name, my goodness. Good morning from Japan, says Caroline Givenji. Good morning to you too, Embu, Kericho, Bungoma, Narok. People spent the night in the stadium, says my take. In fact, in Kericho, people even lost their lives because of stampede. Tribalists only talk and conveniently notice Homa Bay. It's true. I have to agree with you on that one, my take. Homa Bay things happen, yes, but look at things that happened in every other stadium every other time. But we talk about it. And actually, the tribal card that's being dealt over the last couple of days is actually quite sad. That when we thought that Kenya had moved on, or at least when trying to make some outlets from this tribal thing, and then we see that all of this just came crumbling down over the weekend. Again, we'll talk about it, but honestly, it's not the way you want to go. It is not the way you want to go. Zach OK says, good morning from the land of 10,000 lakes. Good morning. You're in Michigan. Jimmy Munothe says, good morning. A new week. Really sad about Njeri. Yeah, I know. She's been... Man, it's hard. It's just difficult. Every time that we say, okay, fine, let's see what positivity we're going to look for. You don't... If you throw a rock, it's going to land on something negative. Why? There's just too much, and you keep serving it up, You keep serving it up. You have nothing but to knock out of the park. Where?
Anyway.
To the early birds, the sleepyheads, and everyone in Nairobi still negotiating with their blankets. Ivan Omondi saying, rise and shine. The spice is fine. Greetings and salutations to the crew. Good morning, Kitengela. Yes, Agola, we see you. Don't worry. Teresa and Jerry, good morning to you, sister. Mbaga Joshua says, good morning, Caroline. We see you. Remember the Catholic Church Diocese of Eldoret and the church in Kenya, as well as the family of Father Alois Bet, as we lay him to rest today. Good morning, says Tibbs. Washoga Toto says, good morning, Indian friends. Have a lovely short week. Yes, City needs to come back soonest. Sawa sawa. We see you guys watching from Toronto in Ontario. Paul J here. Good morning. Peter Gatao says, good morning. It's a blessed day. Let's share peace. Let's do it and share love. Mukoho Waira says, good morning. Have a lovely day. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, Team Spice. How are you this blessed Tuesday? Thank you so much. Eric, we see you. Good morning, my people. Princess Ndu, Dennis, Mark. Those who slept in the stadium were ferried from far and wide. Is it? Jimmy Rekesa says, good morning from Munich. Salam alaikum. Good morning, Rogers Lai. Good morning, Team Spice. Surprised to see that we have TB patients in Kerio Valley. Boss, we're going to do a health conversation at some point this week. Because the things that we are seeing, the messages that I was getting over the weekend in terms of what's happening, crazy stuff. You'll cry tears. Good morning, tuning from Sotik. Missed you yesterday. Good morning. Yes, you decided to take a bit of a nap yesterday. Kennedy Kayajoe, good morning. Don K is tuned in this morning. Okay, quickly. Everybody, bless you, bro. Kenneth Jumba is tuned in. Paul Ndete says good morning. Baka Joshua says Eid al-Adha to all the Muslim family. Yes, that's coming up. Ominde Caxton is tuned in as well and says we need to take Zulu to the ICC. Wait. Are we saying things like that out loud? Caroline Nyambura natupenda sana, tunakupenda pia, sister. Wesley Kiplagat is tuned in from Eldoret. Oyaore from Kilifi, lovely people. Good morning. Atieno to you. Miguel Germain says good morning from Miami, Florida, in the United States of America. Good morning, everybody. We can still see you creeping into the room. If we didn't get to you, just know that we acknowledge you and we say a big hello and big warm hugs on this second day of June. All right. Ndu, Dennis and Mark with you this morning, getting into those conversations shortly. We're going to look into the headlines because there's quite something this morning. And I'll start off in Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Western arm twist. In a comic twist exposing the rot in public institutions, KCAA now seeks compensation, not restitution. Remember this whole hullabaloo, and they said, no, give us back our land, you grab the land, blah, blah, blah. Well, now they said, sawa. President William Ruto linked Western Hotel over contested land, of course. Despite earlier claims, the agency now says, you know what, the land grab is okay. You grab the land, akuna shida. What we want now, just give us money. Justice, it seems, has a price that Western is willing to pay. Voices crushed and bodies broken. Activists allege torture in Tanzania. With tears flowing and voices breaking with emotion, rights activists recounted painful ordeals at the hands of cold-blooded security squads who vowed to kill them if they ever set foot in Tanzania again. Where? That's what we're talking about. That's what it looked like. And we'll look into more stories in The Standard in a bit. Dennis?
Yeah, so we go to the Daily Nation and smack in the middle of the paper. Gen Z shadow looms over Madaraka Day. Raila Odinga called for President William Ruto to compensate those who died, those who were hurt and injured during the protests, including the June 25th last year protest. Now, fraud syndicate inside 5 billion shillings fake gold cases, fraudsters and gullible foreigners. Now, in the past 6 months, at least 20 suspects, Kenyans and foreigners, have been arraigned at the Milimani Magistrate Court over gold scams collectively involving at least 1.5 billion shillings. And homeowners in panic mode as demolitions imminent in Mavoko. Hundreds of investors bought land that turned out to be the property of East African Portland Cement. The state agency surrendered the land to a bank over an unpaid 5.6 billion shillings loan. Now, the homeowners have to pay dearly to save their houses. And fresh court bid to topple Kindiki and reinstate Gachagua. Should the petitioners succeed in court, the country could be thrown into a crisis of having two deputy presidents, a scenario not contemplated in the constitution. Seems like Rigathi Gachagua still has a case, eh?
Mm-hmm. Well. The star. Mm-hmm. Not in City's favorite color.
Teal green.
So, here is a nice little bombshell. Mm-hmm. Land at risk of loss as agencies with invisible assets are unmasked. It continued to say a new audit has called out 26 ministries, departments and agencies that are operating with what investigators have termed invisible assets. These are billions of shillings worth of public property that either cannot be properly accounted for or have been omitted from official records entirely. So land disappeared. Assets disappeared, right?
People disappeared.
Now, court has 6-year jail term for Somali alien. Yes, there is a Somali who crossed into Kenya, was arrested and had been jailed for a 6-year term.
Oh, halves. Okay.
Yeah. So now it's only half, right? Now, two things about cooking gas. On one side, cooking gas price control likely by Q4, says PS Liban. This basically means this is the government amounts distribution of 6 kilograms gas cylinders to households, right? So one story about gas, and then on MyGov, it says government launches LPG initiatives in school to promote clean energy. So gas is a big thing to look forward to. And then there is a very interesting, the guy for Chrome, you know the guy for Chrome? Kafogo.
Oh, okay.
He's a guy for Chrome. TikTok itakusaidia. Or hapo kwa comments please help Ndu understand why Kawogo is a guy for Chrome, right? He commits for nationwide internet connectivity by 2028. Yes. So
nationwide internet by 2028.
Yes, that is 3 years away. Now, for those of you guys who like small cars, you know, they're called Suzuki Swift, Toyota
Fielder,
Toyota Vitz, Mazda Demio. Here's news for you. Car taxes rocket up to 145% on new KRA rule. This is, of course, on Business Daily.
Yes.
Yeah, you would assume that it won't affect you if you do Business Daily, but 145%.
Good Lord.
Yes.
For people who don't understand how that percentage works, that means today, for example, if you were paying 1,000 shillings, tomorrow you will pay 2,500 on the same thing.
2,450.
Okay, but I'm just rounding it up because 45%.
You know, they were nice. They removed 50.
They removed 50 bob.
Yes.
So if you used to pay 1 million, you will pay 2.45 million shillings.
Yep.
It's not a joke, man.
It is. So the good thing is the union is hoping to implement it in September 1st. So guys, you have until September, my friend. September, Mera. That is the longest you have. But this is good news. Africa's new credit rating agency could be a game changer. Now, you know, credit rating.
That Moody guy.
No, this is not Moody. Now they've got a new one.
It's like the gorillas and the monkeys, all of them. Moody, that other guy is called what? What's that guy called now?
Gorillas were just chilling.
It's just the same person.
So the African Credit Rating Agency, as a new entrant, can offer something that incumbents want: governance, innovation that serves both markets and nations. So they're tired of Moody. They're tired of being Moody.
Okay.
Yeah. So, last one. Those who have pending bills, there's a new fund proposed to settle pending bills with securities. Yes.
What?
Yeah, so basically they want to offer securities to people who have pending loans.
Why don't they just pay them their money?
You see, there's something about the money market that they're going to use, okay, to make sure that Kenyans are paid by securities.
People have given you their goods and services. Pay them.
No,
simple.
Yeah, but they're saying they're paying them through securities.
Okay, so
it's better than nothing.
Than nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. So watch it to a quick break and see what's going on, and then we come back and look at the meat of these stories. Let's do it. Sawa sawa at what? It is now 24 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 22 minutes to 7, we continue with the stories making headlines this morning, and one that is a special report in the Standard today. It's on page 3. We went through hell in Tanzania, activists Mwangi and Atuhaire say. Activist Boniface Mwangi and Ugandan activist, Ugandan activist journalist and lawyer Agatha Atuhaire yesterday narrated the torture they endured while in detention in Tanzania. The two said that when they travelled to Dar es Salaam on the 18th of May for the trial of opposition leader Tundu Lissu, they were honest with immigration officials about the nature of their visit. According to Mwangi, at an emotional press conference in Nairobi, there were 8 of us on the same flight, and 5 were let through, while 3 others, Martha Karua, Lynn Goge and Gloria Kimani, were denied entry and later deported. After gaining entry, Mwangi went to his hotel, where later that night he received a call from the front office informing him that officers at the reception wanted to see him. At around 12:15 a.m., armed men in civilian clothing came and violently knocked on my door, asking to see me. They had been escorted to my room by the hotel's security, having claimed to be police officers conducting a routine inspection. He refused to open the door and instead contacted Tanzanian activists and lawyers, one of whom arrived at the hotel and urged Mwangi to accompany the officers, but he declined. I was afraid and concerned for my life, which is why I demanded to know the identities of the individuals seeking to see me uninvited in the middle of the night. A tearful Atuhaire sat beside him during the press conference. In Dar, Mwangi packed his bags and called Atuhaire to keep them in her room, so he planned to check out for a later flight to Uganda. It was during breakfast the next morning that things took a dark turn. A visit to the restroom brought Mwangi face to face with about a dozen police officers, both in uniform and plainclothes, waiting at the door. He said he rushed back to his table screaming to attract attention so that the fellow activists would know he was about to be arrested. The officers, led by Commissioner Samuel Mahirani of the Tanzania Immigration Department, told the president of the Tanganyika Law Society, Boniface Mwabukusi, that Mwangi was not under arrest but needed for questioning. So it started and it goes on like that. Boniface goes on to talk about during that presser yesterday about being there until 6 p.m. And if we look at all of this at a glance, Boniface Mwangi and Agatha Atuhaire were arrested. They were detained on the 18th. They were held in dark rooms. According to them, they were tortured for days and subjected to humiliation. He gives the details of what exactly happened to him, which was dehumanizing. It was torture. It was terrible. They were given medication to try to heal their physical wounds by the same people who took them and injured them. They were both dumped at border points within Kenya and Uganda, respectively. They both claimed that security agents sexually assaulted them, and they both claimed that their torture was filmed. And they both said that if they were both told that if they stepped into Tanzania again, that they would be killed, in no uncertain terms. They were bound, they were beaten mercilessly, and there was music playing to drown their screams. They were asked, to do some terrible things according to this. They were forcefully stripped of everything. Of course, some of these things that happened we can't imagine. But Atuhaire says, I cannot describe the psychological torture. I thought we'd be thrown to animals or into the sea. She found solace in knowing her ordeal exposed what ordinary Tanzanians suffer under President Suluhu's government. Mwangi took a border to the Tanzanian border post after he was dumped. In the early morning, they woke him up, put money in his pocket and dumped him by the roadside. He took a border to the Tanzanian border post, had his passport stamped and crossed into Kenya. He called his wife. He was never legally deported, but dumped at the Horohoro border near Ukunda, Kwale County on the morning of May 22nd. That's 4 days after. Atuhaire was abandoned at Mutukula border post the following day, Friday, the 23rd of May.
You see, like you keep saying, Boniface Mwangi was arrested in Tanzania. He was supposed to be deported. We all know the deportation process. If there is any crime that he had committed, there is a justice system that should have been followed. But torture and what he went through, no. So when we see leaders in this country come here and tell us that they were exporting bad manners, that is their citizens, people that you serve, people that you ought to protect by the office that has been donated by you, by none other than Boniface Mwangi and many other Kenyans who put this government and you into that office. And as Boniface Mwangi and Agatha narrated what happened to them, I want to hear what these leaders will come to say today. Because they were speaking without knowing and understanding exactly what Boniface Mwangi and Agatha went through.
There are two sides to this story for me. Side number one is, unfortunately, I have intimate knowledge, having lived in said country for a long while, that this is not surprising. It is not surprising in the sense that this is what opposition leaders in Tanzania have faced for so long. In fact, I dare say that this will not be big news in Tanzania. You heard the legislators saying how they should not have been left to leave Tanzania alive. So we must be aware, and acutely so, of the track record of these countries. And let's be aware that this thing called freedom is not yet fully available. And there's a saying we have among those of us who used to work in political communication, we used to say that we need to have a program to liberate parts of Africa from its liberators. If you look at ANC, look at CCM, and you look at such and such parties and what the track record is in their countries, it is not yet Uhuru. Number two is there seems to be an obsession, not just with torture, but dehumanizing
individuals,
people. I do not know why it's a favorite thing, but it's a very, very serious issue. That said, no one deserves that kind of treatment.
Nope.
As in Boni, Pole Sana, Agatha, Pole Sana. But the truth is, this is a wake-up call for Africans. We need to wake up, look at ourselves, and ask ourselves, who really is the Beberu now?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And when I see things like this, because this is unfortunately this is not the only country with issues like this. It's not. And when I see things like this, and I say to myself, it is not possible for you to have uniformity, for you to have a union when the pieces are coming to form the union are at best tainted, confused, completely up. How do we start to have conversations about unity when we don't bring a full block to the table? I have a problem. I have major problems. I'm not saying that everybody must be homogeneous in the way in which they operate. That's not what I'm saying. But I think that there are basic tenets that then need to be adhered to. And then from that, you're able to say, well, at least on this thing we stand. Let us come together in this unity. But right now, the way it is, with so much disjointedness, with so much broken, how do we come together? What are we forming?
I mean, you know, and sorry for jumping in, there's something that we must agree as human beings, as the bottom line we cannot cross.
Basic, we can't.
For me, this is not even an AUC issue. It is not even an East African community issue. It is like issue of humanity. The humanity to see other human beings as human beings. And this is something that we keep talking about in Kenya. And I'm sorry to say it's worse across our borders, whichever way you want to go, but whether you go towards Addis, whether you go towards Mogadishu, or Kampala, or Tanzania for that matter, or Rwanda and Burundi. Please don't kick me out when I come. But the truth is, we do not have an agreement that matters to us, because many of them are signatories to the Rome Statute. Human rights commissions exist in all of those countries. The truth is when will politicians decide to live by the human being code? And here's the funniest thing: the person who's panicking about that seat has no competition.
Kabisa?
Yeah.
But you see, even well at it, I mean, it's just sheer common decency on how you treat your people, whether it's in Kenya, Tanzania, whatever. I mean, we just need to sit and agree that there's some things we just can't do. You know what I mean? Because if you hear the members of parliament in Tanzania and the way they were speaking, one begs to ask the question, who exactly are you representing? You know? Because Tanzanians visit Kenya, Kenyans visit Tanzania. What happens now when people want to cross the borders? Because that remains imprinted in our souls and how we look at these countries, you know. Because the other day I was talking to someone and they were saying, I have biashara in Tanzania, but what I saw, I'm thinking of pulling out. And that is just but one person we're talking about. I mean, one would look at it as an individual, but the ripple effect is greater than what we see.
Indeed. I think across board, and I've been saying this, I just really feel convicted. We really need to reset the value meter. We really need to reset that meter because we're seeing too much.
But just one more line. As we were told that we have exported, bad manners, right? I think this is the challenge to government officials, right? You know, we have children, right?
Yeah.
And children who have done bad manners in the presence of the neighbors. Please tell me, government official, that if your kid comes into my house and he pees in my kitchen, does that give me right to treat him the way these two were treated? Because they are your children.
Nothing gives you the right
they
to.
are your children. You have the responsibility to protect them. Even if they went and did what a demonstration in front of State House Dar es Salaam, it is your responsibility, dear government leader, to protect them.
I think it's about time that Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary just resigned, honestly. There's nothing he's doing in that office.
Aseto has said it.
No, his sole purpose in that office is first of all to protect Kenyans in the diaspora and any Kenyan who goes through all these immigration purposes. That you can't protect Boniface Mwangi and call him all manner of words, bro. There's nothing you're doing there. Just go home. Go chill at home. There's nothing you're doing, honestly.
Let's look at a couple of other stories. Over to you. Yep.
6.6 billion shillings paid in commitment fees for idle loans, according to the Auditor General. The National Treasury is in the spotlight following revelations that the government paid 6.6 billion shillings in 4 years as commitment fees on undrawn loan procured from foreign lenders. Auditor General Nancy Gathungu made the revelation before the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly, with MPs questioning Treasury's commitment to prudent management of the limited public funds. The government paid the penalties between 2020 and 2021 and 2023-2024 financial years at a time the country continues to experience shortfalls in funds to finance critical expenditures like schools capitation. It emerged that the 515.1 billion shillings that was borrowed to finance 14 projects, 304.4 billion shillings had not been spent. According to Ms. Gathungu, some of the projects were about to lapse before completion.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't understand. 6.6 billion shillings in loans. Yeah? Or rather paid in commitment fees for idle loans.
Yes.
So you paid that money for projects which were supposed to have started, but they didn't start, but you had to pay anyway because you don't want, the people on the other side don't want to lose the business.
Yes.
But now these loans, we are not seeing where they went in terms of projects.
It's not even seeing where they went. Idle loans means this, that we went and applied for a loan. We are good?
Yeah.
And then part of the process of applying for a loan is you pay a certain amount that is supposed to make the loan ready. Now, the loan was made ready. You paid the commitment to pick the loan.
Yes.
And then you don't pick the loan.
But you are still paying for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
my question is, under what circumstances do you not pick the loan? And you've paid this amount in commitment fees. Is there not some kind of mago that's going on there?
There is a lot of mago that is going in. Because we're talking about 515.1 billion shillings that was borrowed to finance 14 projects. 304.4 billion shillings has not been spent.
You see, let me explain to you guys. Unajua, when you take a loan, you must take that loan and then put it in your account. Then you look at that shining number. when you get a loan,
account is heavy.
My friend, you count the numbers, 7, 8 digits.
Yeah.
So see, let them just count the numbers or feel poor.
But you see, at the end of the day,
there is something afoot.
No, it is, that's what I'm saying.
There is something afoot. You can't just have money sitting in the bank looking at it, and you borrow that money for development, and the 14 projects that you said that were supposed to do something to have not been done, and the money is there and you're paying commitment fee. They're carrying us pumpkin.
Yeah, no, we thought you're carrying us children.
Something wrong here.
Yeah.
Very wrong.
And you see, at the end of the day, we're looking at 515.1 billion shillings and 14 projects. That would mean Kenyans today would be enjoying 14 projects that have been completed and that these loans are being paid for. But you're talking about 6.6 billion shillings that pretty much has gone into waste.
I don't know that. I don't believe that money is sitting there. Somebody's looking at it. The way people have sticky fingers. Never.
Ajay.
Mr. Bichachi, another story, please.
Well, let me stick with this car thing. Because if you buy a Lexus LX570. Duty payable 2025 is 3.4. But in 2019, it was 4.8, so that actually reduced in cost.
Yeah, there's some vehicles that are actually the rates are
yes.
down.
So this is time to buy a Lexus. Mercedes was 1.417 in 2025 and 1.27 million, a difference of 143,000. But a Mazda has a difference of 490,000, that's half a million. And a Toyota Passo has 176,000 shillings in difference. Nissan Skyline, 239,000. The premium is cheaper by 18,000 in terms of taxes. And Suzuki Swift, you have to pay an extra 369,929. The cars that worry me most is this Suzuki Swift, having an increase of 369,000, and the Toyota Passo. I'll tell you why. Most of these cars are the ones Ubers use. And they use it on a payment plan. So this is literally a hustler's vehicle. And you're adding possibly a debt of 369,929 onto the debt of what an Uber guy can pay. That is not fair.
You see, I was following a conversation on some of the car enthusiasts yesterday, and the vehicles that majority of Kenyans do buy are the ones that have experienced these 145, some up to 200% increment. So that means if you talk about LX570, let's just do the math. How many people in this country can buy the LX570?
My friend, I don't even know what an LX570 is.
So if you talk about an LX570 having reduced with negative 1,397,000.
Yes, it's actually,
you know, the vehicle still goes for 8, 9, 10 million shillings. How many people can afford that vehicle?
Wait. So you know, I know why it's cheap. Have you seen the people with these Lexuses?
Yeah.
They have a habit of standing on them. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
They're
And we're
the
getting to
people,
election period.
They're the people, you know what they're doing? It brings you closer to God.
Exactly.
You know when you stand on it, when you stand on it and you're surrounded by people, brings you closer to God. Yeah, that's why it's cheapest.
Because you remember even
negative 1.3 million.
So remember 2022, there's this LX570 that was very famous.
Yes.
It was said it was the most secure.
Yes.
Yeah, that got someone into presidency. So why are you sure?
No, not into presidency. You know,
Closer to heaven.
No, it drove him closer to.
Listen, bro. Let's be serious. It's about bringing you closer to God. You stand on top of your car, and that's why even God rewards you with negative 1.4 literally million in taxes.
But I've had a vehicle, by the
way, it looks really sweet.
No. The conversation ongoing by those selling vehicles, right now is they want to form a group that will go and finally be heard, because they say that body that was created to discuss the CHRSP did not really take in their views. So there was no public participation among the stakeholders of the vehicle.
And this is based off, how the KRA has decided to value the vehicle.
Yes.
So they're not changing the tax per se. They're just saying your Swift costs more, but your Lexus costs less.
Yeah.
Bonus if you're son.
I mean, let me tell you very quickly, it's stuff of magic, I tell you. All you have to do is get a chicken with blue eyes and white feathers at its tail, and you have poof. There's a scandal, and 3,000 ghost UHC workers are pocketing 1.5 million shillings per month. When now we have, for the last 6 weeks, we have UHC workers who have down their tools and are not working because of this same issue. So how come that there are 3,000 ghost workers who are earning money when the others are on strike? I'm telling you, it's not a movie. It's happening in Kenya. It's happening today. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Slain Catholic priest Alois Bet will be buried today at the Holy Family Parish, Olesos, in his home county of Nandi. The tragic death of the father has sparked outrage and widespread criticism from leaders accusing Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen of laxity and negligence in the investigation into his murder. Speaking at Father Bet's memorial service held yesterday, the leaders led by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei questioned Murkomen's role in the ongoing investigation, insisting that President William Ruto should reassign him to another docket.
He knows the security of the country. He even said he knows where the people, everyone sleeps in Kenya. So the question the family and all of us are asking, where are these bandits? Why is it taking long to operate? And also the police and the minister must apologize to this country. It is so sad. Tunapoenda kupumzisha padri wetu, hakuna mtu anatuambia kama hawa watu wameshika. Na mimi nataka niulize DCI, kwa sababu alikuwa na speed kabisa kama ya 100 meters ku-expose the fake abduction of Juja MP. Watumie hiyo same speed kutuambia nani aliua
Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Mandago, on his part, has stressed the urgent need for enhanced security in Kerio Valley to prevent further violence.
We have no reason as a nation now, considering we are reasonable force in the country that can handle our borders and make sure Kenya is safe from external aggression. We must deal with the internal aggression we are witnessing.
The delay in arresting the suspect has raised serious questions about the effectiveness of leadership in the Ministry of Interior and its ability to address critical security issues. 2024 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education candidates have until Saturday this week to revise their choices for university and college placement. This follows the reopening of the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service, that is COOPS portal, for a one-week window to allow for the second revision. The opportunity also targets students who either missed the initial application or were unsuccessful in their first attempt. According to COOPS, 41 public universities, 29 private universities, and 1 Open University of Kenya are the available learning institutions to which candidates can apply. Residents of Mavoko, Machakos County, have slammed former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua for his remarks regarding Mavoko MP Patrick Makau while he was on a political tour last week. The angry residents have asked Gachagua to respect Ukambani leaders, saying that in the next general election they'll have the freedom to choose the leader they want without pressure. This comes after Gachagua asked Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka to expel Makau from his party after he claimed that he is collaborating with the government.
Kuambia Rigathi Gachagua aheshimu Makau kitu ya kwanza. Yes. Makau tulimchagua mara 3 akiwa mbunge wa Mavoko. Yes. Na kama angekuwa mtu mbaya, Makau angekuwa hiyo tamu zote amekaa kwa kiti. Yeah. Tena wakati Makau alikuuliza mambo ya demolition pale ile nyumba zilimomolewa account, ulitaka kumtusi. Yeah. Nataka ujue watu wa Mavoko wako behind Makau na tunaheshimu. Rigathi Gachagua heshimu Makau na keep from Mavoko.
On his part, the Mavoko MP asked Gachagua to be respectful and stop making divisive remarks.
You can convince Kenyans that you are going to be president. You are already showing dictatorial tendencies. I want you to understand, we've been around for some time. You not come and lecture us about how to conduct our politics in Machakos. You told us our votes are very little. We cannot do anything. We cannot be in coalition. And now you're turning around and pretending that you're an angel. That now you can tell us who to vote for.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning to you at 7 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and Ndu, Mark and Dennis with you this morning as we get into matters arising. And we remind you that our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook and on X as well. And as we continue having these conversations, always good to have you as you join us in them. All right. There's a lot happening, and our guest for this hour is already seated. And this morning, we have him again, as we have had before, and we said that last time that he was here that we were going to do a follow-up into the near future to see what exactly was going on, and we're doing that this morning. Simon Gishuki is the Secretary General of the Association of Public Sector General Suppliers, and we're asking the questions this morning around where does the money go, understanding county spending and debt. He joins us this morning, and very, very good morning to you, Simon.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Just like every other Kenyan, I am there.
You are there? You're somewhere there. Somewhere just hanging. Oh no. I know that seems to be the answer from a lot of people for a lot of reasons. We're going to get into county spending and that conversation. We talked about pending bills, and we said that, a couple of months down the line, we're going to come back and say, okay, where are we now? If there's any difference in terms of what's happening with folks. But from the position of somebody who does supplies, who's owed pending bills, who is having conversations with others who are owed as well, perfectly poised to have that conversation with us. But first of all, let's welcome you to the show, and we'd like you to do an interpretation of today's proverb for us. Mark will tell you where we are this week, and then we'd like to hear your take on this proverb. All right.
Which country only borders Mozambique and South Africa? Okay, that's not the proverb. Well, don't worry about
Mozambique and South Africa. Okay.
You're correct.
Botswana.
It is that small. Botswana has more neighbors than that. There's a place called Eswatini.
Oh, Eswatini.
AKA Swaziland.
Yes.
AKA the land where I'd like to be king of that place.
I'm sure you would.
King of that place, man. That guy has watches more than the entire GDP of the country. Come I'm sorry. I'm laughing at my jokes. Bad manners. When a gorilla is in power, the monkeys are happy.
See some of these proverbs. They would easily get you arrested. Because what are gorillas known for? They're greedy, they're selfish, and their family members, the monkey, would always be happy when one of them is there, because they can eat as much as they can and for no one's care. So let's not interpret it in a local setting for the safety of all of us.
No, locally we don't have gorillas. Let's start there. Do we have gorillas in Kenya? No.
You don't need to look for a mark.
No, I'm just saying we have monkeys.
Why would you ask an obvious question?
No, you see, so that it's not in the Kenyan setting.
Oh, right. So he's trying to protect you, essentially, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah. Just protect. I need to see 2027.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
Okay. All right. Last time you were here, Simon, we talked about, the pending bills. And this is, so the pending bills in different tiers. But what we're looking at right now is happening at the county level. And also then what spending looks like. But the overarching question that we have this morning in terms of monies that have been allocated to county for certain things, we're asking the question, where does that go? We've been told, over and over again, that the first charge on monies coming into counties is recurrent expenditure. That goes towards salaries, of course, as well as, debts owed and things like this. Leaves little for development. And we also know that the Auditor General as well as the Controller of Budget have told us what the absorption rates for funds have been across county over the years. But there seems to still be an issue, isn't it? That we're not really quite sure where some of these monies actually go. There's a lot that's being lobbied for money to go to the counties between Senate and the National Assembly. But what actually then gets to county, what we're looking at now is a 402 billion, right? Where does the money go? Where do you see the money go as people who do work in the counties?
Okay. For starters, I think when good deeds are done, we appreciate. And when things go wrong, we'll still be here to discuss it. I've always said, directly or indirectly, close to 70% of businesses will trade with government, directly or indirectly. That so means that you'll be looking at a chance of a very high percentage of businesses depending on government. So someone will always ask, out of the 402 billion that goes to counties, what does that money go to? Number one, we are looking at the current. Could be salaries, could be the normal office things. There's no money that disappears in counties. It is either money is stolen or it is for the right purposes. So anyone who tells you money disappears, money doesn't disappear from accounts. Someone signs off the money through the right channels to fictitious bills or to whatever, but no one should ever tell you that county will lose money. No one should also tell you that a governor can walk into a CC's office and ask for money and it leaves the exchequer and disappears. That's hot air. What normally happens is how we do our procurement, which is a problem. And let me give credit, first of all, to the national government. So far, anyone who had the right documents for the right value of products that were supplied and documentation supported, they'll get their money paid.
Okay.
Could be this financial year that is coming, 2025, 2026, could be later, but you're sure that is your money, and you duly supplied government, and they duly acknowledge the debt. Number one is acknowledging that the debt will be paid with a time frame of when it shall be paid. Number two is when you do not have the right documents, then the national government won't pay your money, which is again a case of bringing us to an era where we will start valuing proper documentation in organizations, because at the end of it all, that's what you will require to claim funds.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to counties, it's a different ball game. We need to hold people accountable for the signatures they put on LSOs. If you give me an LSO to supply, and down there there's a small party says that this signature means that there's money, So they're actually guaranteeing that you supply, we pay you. Then after supplying, the story starts. They don't pay you, they don't do that, they don't do that, and they even push you. For example, right now guys are being told we'll pay you in August. So basically what you're being told is that you await for luck that we'll consider this now as a pending bill in the new financial year. So what you've essentially done is you've committed to pay me during this financial year with a planned amount, but you have overspent.
Okay.
One, because there's no checks and balances as to how much the people who are allowed to sign should commit an organization to.
But overspent on what, Simon? So there's a budget. We spend so much time doing, in specifically for counties, it's the CIDPs. They do this, so they know this is a development plan, this is what we're going to do, this is how much money we need, and this is where we're going to get it, yes? So when we say overspent on what? Everything was budgeted for.
This is what was budgeted for, but they'll always over-procure. There's a very big problem with how we do procurement, because we never hold people accountable when they commit organizations, services are rendered, and there's no payment going on. We never, ever prosecute them. So you'll find a clerk of a county assembly will easily authorize a payment, then the finance officer confirms there's money, and then you supply them, they still tell you we're waiting for exchequer. We still don't have cases where a county will say that the last financial year we never received all our money, because that then would support the fact that they are pending bills.
They don't say.
We've never had a case. It would be on media, where a county would say, for example, Nairobi would say, we expected X number of billions, we received X minus 10%. Then we'd expect that 10% would be unaccounted for, would be part of the pending bills. These signatures we append on LSOs is where the problem starts. Because once you've committed an organization to supply a county, and then you're not paying, you after they supply, you tell them they're waiting for exchequer, then my question should be, when you come to Nairobi to get the money, then the first persons to be paid should be these people who you allowed to supply. Some of us are chasing bills of 2021, which basically means you are part of the money the president allocated to counties. You are budgeted for that year. You supplied because there was a budget for you. Now, come 2022, you are told you can wait after we are done doing our local supplies, then we can figure out whether your pending bills will be factored in. It wasn't. 2023, the same. So it continues as a game. Now, the loser here isn't the county, isn't even the official who signed that document. It's a normal businesses being run by normal Kenyans who are being told that the means to livelihood in your country is to invest in your own country, where those who don't pay you are never held liable. But you have salaries to pay, you have suppliers to pay, you have statutories to sort.
And you finish the job.
And you finish the job. And at the end of the day, whoever supplies, I've always said comfortably, until we hold civil servants to account post their retirement, they will learn to respect when they put signatures on the documents.
You see, you see, Simon, when you talk about matters to do with pending bills, if you go to Regulation 55(2)(b) of the Public Finance Management, County Governments Regulations, pending bills must be treated as the first charge on budget allocations. That's according to the Senate and COB recommendations.
So those recommendations, are they anchored in any law?
So all these regulations, as much as they exist, there is no law that is backing them. That means it's picky ponky.
Let me, because it's counties. I don't know if you've had a chance to sit with the MCAs and see their reasoning in the budget process.
How do they reason?
Okay, they don't reason. That's
okay.
So
MCAs poleni.
We have a problem with how we do our budgets. Even our constitution talks about our first charge being the debt.
Yes.
So has any county, the ones that audited the debt, actually put that as a first charge? Nairobi did it with the Wakili Kamodo. Oranga did it. Have they put it as a first charge in this budget that is coming up? We did letters to all county assemblies, and all we requested was, is there a chance that we can have this debt be recognized as the other commercial bank debts that you have? Now, unless that is factored in, any pending bill is paid based on how much you can bribe. No other reason. Because it hasn't been factored in any budget. So where will they get the money to pay you? Because we must stop lying and saying the county will pay you. Nairobi is at 100 plus, Kiambu is at 6 billion, and the other counties. So unless it is factored in this coming budget as a prorated figure, meaning you've been told that these are the audited budget bills. So we have given you 2 billion, pay 30% of all of them. So you as a supplier, you're even comfortable. You can negotiate with your bank. I'll pay 30% this financial year, 2027, 28, I'll pay another 30%. And it goes like that. Unless that is budgeted, where are we going to get the money from? Because we have made supplying government to be cartel-like, where a governor comes in and the first thing you're asking yourself as a genuine entrepreneur in Kenya is that who do I know in that CC? So that now I align myself well so that when I supply I get paid.
You know, I got discouraged from doing business with counties many years ago when one of the richest friends I knew started asking for loans that were quite cheap. 1,000, 2,000, because of this thing called pending bills, and because the CEC he knew was transferred. Very key. Now, I hear you when you say that these guys called MCAs, etc., and then for making the budget, and the people who sign off on these contracts needs to be held personally liable. Problem with that is twofold. One, he will go to jail. Does not guarantee you get your money, right?
But there's a beauty about going to jail.
Yeah.
Look at the Waitito case.
Yes.
The governor friends will easily tell you, kila mtu say anajikava.
Yeah.
Because this is what happens when you're in power. You have a cover. Because you have a political party on your side. You have most likely on the president's side, you have a cover.
Yeah.
But power is transient. One day itaisha. Now when power leaves you, everything including your friends leave you. So it's okay. Right now they have that. So as a governor, as a CEC, you're covered. You will leave power. Right now, we are you saw the case of Nyandara, they jailed the governor.
Yes.
Now, if he was in power as an MP or an MCA, you think he would have been jailed?
Of course not.
Thank you.
That's good in terms of discipline. But I'm looking at the remedies in terms of the pending bills. You've said about a pro rata way of doing things. But when you contracted yourself, you did not contract yourself pro rata.
Yes.
Right? You expected to be paid within a certain period, within a certain budget. Okay? My question is, when they are finishing that financial year in which you did your work, how is that debt transferred to the next government and how is it treated? Because from what at least I know from the Public Finance Act is that when something is designated for the year 2025-2026 and budget allocated, the money is made available that year.
Yes.
So it means when it rolls over to the next year, it's already an illegality.
So what happens? Kuna hii kitu ya pesa ni ya governor. Which is
a question, but okay.
Yeah, which basically means, you see, there's what is in law.
Yeah.
There's what happens in these institutions.
Yes.
Counties are run like households.
Uh-huh.
You can actually call a governor, complain to, or you meet, and he likes you. Atukona shida budget gani? Sijalipa pesa fulani. Tomorrow morning you have money in your account.
What?
Because he's your
That's
friend.
how they are running
the
the counties. So we must call them out because they are destroying livelihoods by running counties like households. Ask how many people. I wish if you pose that question, how many Kenyans have to bribe counties to get their legally owed money? It basically means someone is asking you for 20%. And maybe your interest is 10%. Oh, sorry, your profit was 10%.
My dear,
and without the 20%, you won't get paid. And there are counties where it's even governors' wives who authorize payments.
Aye.
And it's not something wrong. If you want to find out for yourself, go to these newspapers. I've seen we already have 2 tenders.
Yeah.
Those tenders, there are people who supply last year, they were never paid. But now things are required in an office.
Yeah.
So now what do? Because while you're watagopa supply, now new people will supply. So you end up seeing you have 20 guys who sell furniture and all of them are owed by counties. So you have a communion.
And you're saying basically this is at the discretion of a governor.
Because we threw away the best practices in accounting. The moment we go to an era where we don't hold our governors accountable. And number two, our CECs are basically there at the beck and call of the Ghana. So they're told, usilipe yo, even if it's whatever case, you won't be paid. And there's no recourse. There's nothing much you can do. So we've gotten to a level where we need to find out how to hold the CECs responsible and the chief officers personally responsible so that there's fear. Because signature, ile kidole kwa documents za gava zote. The chief officer CC. And clerks and CEOs of the public service boards. Governor doesn't sign any document.
So, how hopelessly broken is the system when you say that bills are at the beck and call of a governor? Because I'm trying to think, there's a process, there's a budget office, there's a parliament, there's senate, there's MCAs.
Sorry, Mark, there is this activity, and I just want to see how it plugs in here. There is an activity at the beginning of every 5 years where people go, they spend millions for tents and accommodation and per diem, and people go and they plan how they're going to spend money. They plan the projects that they're going to get involved in. Am I wrong?
What projects? Called the CIPD.
They're called the CIDPs. That is what they are. They're the county development plans. This is where all of this happens.
True.
So my question is, based on what you're saying, my question is, you have a plan, you have a budget. Why then do we have a situation whereby for an entire entity like this, it would appear as though, oh, you did something that was part of this CIDP, right? But okay, you've not been paid. Let me just pay you via M-Pesa. That's what it looks like.
Yes.
We have always asked, do we even have a county procurement plan for any county, the 47? Because everything lands with a strategic plan. So if you have a CIPD, it means you have a watertight HR plan because you need personnel to implement the plan, watertight finance plan for 5 years, watertight procurement plan for 5 years, and even a watertight development plan. Do you have any of the county with those 4 documents? Which basically means that, number one, let me even give you a practical example. How do counties make money? Their own revenue. Is by ensuring there is stimulus growth uko mashinani, you collect money from SOCOs and the hospitals are working. Now, mashinani, you are the main supplier. Let's say, let me look for a county, Nyamira town. You're the main suppliers of grocery, milk and whatever, and you've not been paid by the county. So number one, you are not able to pay your license fees. So revenue goes down. You had employed 20 people, now you're employing 5. Pay goes down. You had a kibanda there, you are doing soko, now you don't even have that one. Yet, maybe your supplies to the county is 100, 200,000. And most of these supplies to the county, the guys are not even asking for millions. Most people are between 50,000 and 400,000.
You know, let me tell you, I even want to remove my glasses to see you better. Because the little time I spent in government, I knew one thing, that the most looked at document is a procurement plan. It was watertight. We knew that you could actually assess much of the expenditure of your institution by going through a procurement plan, which is discussed every year, ratified and approved. You are saying now that there are counties, if not all, that do not even know what they are buying this year.
They even call. You hear counties calling, pigia nania supply. Apana huyo alikata jumnamuo. So call someone else. Because these guys will send quotations out. You won't reply to the quotations. Because why are you... We're already in a hole. You see, the problem with our country, we've not admitted that we're in a hole. We're already in a very dark one. We're already about 200 billion counties. That means 200 billion worth of supplies made. And let's approximate 30% profit. We're talking about 140 billion worth of investments. Let's assume out of this, we normally get 50% loans. So talking about 70 billion worth of loans. Are you seeing those figures? Higher. Let's assume all this. We're talking about 10, 15,000 companies. There are 15,000 minimum individuals who invested in various fields in the hope that now, since I don't want to do an 8-to-5 job, I'm an entrepreneur. Employing an average 2 people, 30,000 livelihoods. So we're talking about 47 counties that are destroying over 30,000 livelihoods comfortably. Banks that have loans and collaterals that they would want to dispose, but right now, who is even buying those assets?
But Simon, I hear what you're saying. I want to look below that just a little bit to have an understanding, so that this hole that you speak about that we're so obviously in, are we saying that at the county level, what we would see as best practice actually doesn't happen? That I put forward a tender as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, whatever the case may be. I tender. It's the tender documents come out from county. I apply, right? I am awarded the tender. I go and seek, capital if I need that to happen.
Yes.
I do the project and all the approvals are given. I do the project. I complete the project and I take my papers in for payment at the county level. And 90 days, whatever, I am paid. Are you telling me that process does not happen in the way in which I have described it at the county level?
They will tender because there's a PPRA Act that forces them to follow some processes. You will win your product, your project. You will get even the mobilization fee, call it 30%. You will deliver an entire project because after that you need to be paid.
Yes.
Then mchezo wa town inaanza. Those guys who are picking your calls are the first tranche. Remember, most likely at that point, they are still sure they need some work done. So they really need that project done, whether it is a road that was supposed to be finished or something that was supposed to be delivered. When you're done, your need is done at that point. Now they can look for a supplier to do the same game. That's why, for you to supply in counties right now, I've always said this and people say I'm a bit rude, but it's true. We are headed to an era where it's like supplying in counties. For you to get paid, you must belong to a certain cult.
Yeah.
So once you finish, now you look for the cult to join to get your money out.
You've not answered my question.
And remember, it's your money. Remember, this is what the one thing I always say. First of all, the word best practices and counties can't be in the same sentence. Of whatever nature, of whatever department, whether you're looking at finance, HR, procurement, that is something that never will be, never has been.
Simon, just answer my question. You cannot today, or rather the practice has not been that you tender, you are awarded, you get your 30% mobilization, you finish the project, you put in your papers, in 90 days you get paid. It doesn't happen?
All big corporates will be working right now. Ask a serious corporate about working with counties. What are they telling you? Wait after your kazi, nilipe, I subcontract me, I do the business, go back in a county.
That means what Ndu pretty much is asking is it does not exist. That's the answer.
Listen, the term he has used is you need to join a cult. You are the third businessman to tell me that this year. That literally, it's a cartel. You go to drink together, smoke together, know where the business is done, then you got to be part of that crew. When you're part of that crew, now you can be paid. Is that what you're saying?
And you know the funny thing?
Yeah.
It's not even about them not paying you. It's the audacity.
Truly.
That even if I don't pay you, there's no way you can take us.
What I do?
Because at the end of the day, you will sue me. My term will end. There's cases against a chief officer. The office of the chief officer. When I'm done, I am done with my term. However many livelihoods I've destroyed, it's none of my business. So we end up with a culture where you look at the LPOs, guys are sending you for counties, telling you, Simon, do you know someone here? And all of them have a signature confirming before you start the job that there is actually money. For that LSO, there's actually money. So that up there, actually, most Kenyans have never seen a government LSO. And 90%, the most important part is the commitment pale chini.
Right.
That, let me read for you what it says. Let me look for one from 2 min here. It gets to a point where, Ellen, the last LSO was from an assembly that actually called and said, we are going to pay next financial year.
Okay. Oh, wow.
With no chills.
Next financial year?
Yes.
Okay, 25, 26. Okay.
Yes. So there's a place where it says, I confirm that the funds are available, and that has been noted in the vote book. That signature is more powerful than the approval.
And it is on the on LSO, this document, which is legal. It's a legal document.
So it actually says whoever has done this has just confirmed there's money. So Kujo Supplier.
Okay, let's take a break, because then we want to then ask the question, where does the money go? And the people who... Look, Simon, we've heard the horror stories. People have committed suicide. People have lost everything. Auctioneers have come and taken people's everything because they've not been able to pay the bank, which they went to take money from to complete this project in the hopes that county would pay them. That's the reality of our times. Yes. That's where we're living in today. So the question when we come back from this is, where does this money actually go? Because you've just confirmed to us that these documents that you're given, they tell you that the money is actually available. So if you're not paying the people for the project, where does the money go? We'll come back and we'll continue with this conversation. We're asking that question, and we're saying in the counties this morning, the pending bills, over 200 billion shillings. We're talking about in a financial year. We're not even talking about the ones that happened before that. And we'll come back and we'll continue with this. Simon Gishuki is the Secretary General of the Association of Public Sector General Suppliers, and understanding county spending and debt and where it actually comes from or where it goes. 24/7. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Simon Gishuki is the Secretary General of the Association of Public Sector General Suppliers, and we're asking the question for which there was a budget across counties. Why do we have such high pending bills? So if the money has been confirmed that it is there when you receive this document, you as a supplier, as a contractor, whatever the case may be, you have a document, the LSO, which at the bottom of it, with a signature behind it, confirms that there is money. It's, if anything, it's the life. It gives you some life and you say, okay, fine, I can go ahead and do this. So in the event that you have completed this project and then you do not get paid, where does the money go?
The most obvious answer has always been tunangoja exchequer. And they will always tell you Treasury is going to give us money, then we'll disperse to you. The part where we are coming to, which will be an interesting next 1 year to watch, is where now, as a forum, we are going to hold people accountable for the pending bills. Because you're in charge of finance and you're killing businesses, that's an economic crime. We have impeached CECs and chief officers for far much lesser crimes. Now, economic sabotage is even a far much worse crime globally. So what we are trying to do, which we will do, is by ensuring that your chief officer is fine. Let's get you out of the way so that now, as we destabilize these chief officers who are not doing their work, then the governors will start reasoning. Number two, we must ask our counties to stop this business of overspending. It's like we get excited with new projects because at the end of the day, the only way to make more money as a governor is create fictitious projects left, right, and center. Then at the end of the day, they are left. So you'll find right now, every county has a big development project. I was shocked. Did you know Nairobi has a affordable housing project?
Yes, yes.
Of its own.
Yes. Woodley.
How did you know?
There's one in Woodley.
And I saw that and asked myself, tushamaliza kulipa suppliers, sa tumefika a point where now we put another group of contractors on debt. Because that will basically be debt. Because if you're looking at 10-15 billion worth of a project for 2 years, so do you have 5 billion every year for that project? And that's how you actually realize we get into debt.
Simon, so there is the LSO that is signed, which is a commitment that there is money to spend, right?
Yes.
But then again, there is also the issue that we see every other budget here, the fact that the National Treasury is delaying in disbursement of funds. Is that the fact, or is that just an excuse for counties?
By 30th June, have they disbursed all the amounts? So by 30th June, Supplier then, who was supposed to be paid in November last year, should be cleared.
Yes.
Because we don't have a case where counties will say, we never got 50% of our monies.
Okay.
The crisis has always been, we over-procure. That's why I said, even now we're going to 2025, 2026, no county can comfortably tell you, and I want you to invite these governors and ask them, do we have a watertight procurement plan for the next financial, including a development plan for the next financial year, which basically helps them do proper procurement, do proper planning. Number two, the other evil we have, which is a very big devil, and I'm sure the COB will concur with me, is this over estimating on source revenue.
Why do they do that?
Sorry.
Because the only way you will get more money into your more figures for procuring.
But that's a counter narrative, and I'll tell you why. Because if you're talking about on-source revenue, if you look at the sum of the charges Waititu has, right, and you can talk about them because he's been convicted, is about intercepting on-source revenue, right? That monies are coming from markets, monies are coming from parking, etc. And instead of going straight to the bank, there's a middleman here called the governor who is taking the on-source revenue. So how can you budget on on-source revenue when you are the one eating from the on-source revenue?
Now, this is what I always say. If the governor stole that on-source revenue, the owner of the on-source revenue should be in jail with the governor. The revenue director should be in jail with the governor.
Yes.
The CC Finance should be in jail with the Ghana. That's how you know that's a political charge. Because on-source revenue means tulikula watu watano.
Yes.
Sini kweli? Hawa watano wako wapi waende jela. Because Public Finance Act is very strong.
Yes, it is.
And it protects everyone.
Yes.
So the company that does revenue collection, it is still doing it today in Kiambu.
Yes.
So we can't say, then if it was wrong, I'm sure the control of budget would have questioned their use there. Number two, if the money was coming there, the other person who should have been jailed is also the branch managers of these banks. Because if you receive money in bulk, there's a question that goes to FRC.
Yeah.
We are putting a caution on this account because we've noticed too much cash coming in. So, on-source revenue will never be stolen like that. The biggest source with these governors is pewa kickback chukua cash yote weka kwa account.
Yeah.
So where they get to be foolish is when now they use this money to buy assets, and when questioned, they cannot be able to support the money they got in to buy that asset. And that's why you find those very, very corrupt governors. They don't buy assets. Never, zero assets.
Okay. So...
because without a track of the flow of money, you will never be able to know who bribed who. And where does it end? In an asset. So what does the corrupt guys do? Ensure there's no physical asset to attach to. So Governor Akoto Nairobi na pro box his entire life, but he's living A1 life. But you try looking for properties he owns zero.
You won't find them.
These guys are hidden their things in a modern means.
So we know this clearly. What this is just it's like the mafia that's happening here, but based on what you've said, and just for purposes of clarity. You, Simon, are one of the suppliers. You've done work at the county, so you've seen the trajectory that this takes over time. Do counties still owe you money at some point? You're still owed by county?
Yeah, ni kama sheria.
It's like if you're not owed by county, you're not a supplier.
When you supply counties, there are counties you think are sane and they will pay, and have been for the longest. Not all counties are bad.
Okay.
So you will go to those counties in the hope that they will pay.
Yes.
Granted.
Yeah.
Then 1 or 2 officers come in and the entire shape changes. Because I'll give you a good example. There's a county in Western Kenya. In the last 2 regimes, you pay without knowing anyone and you get paid. I always tell people that is a story I'll give one day.
Hosanna in the highest.
Because they were okay. The systems were working. The processes were working. Even the staff will tell you there that we were being paid very well. Now the system changes and a man comes and he wants to authorize everything. So if the governor is in Nairobi, nothing gets passed. We have other counties, and I give a good example. We have other assemblies and county assemblies, that in the last, before 2022, you didn't need to know anyone to supply.
Which county is that? It's good for us. You know why it's good for us to know this?
Kakamega was an amazing county to supply under Oparanya comfortably. Supplied, got paid many times. There's this other county. I'm trying to get the name. Modominjoki first time, amazing man. So we have many of them. If you go north, by that Turkana did a good job. Under Nanok, they were paying on time. First time of Dairy to pay on time. So the examples of county assemblies that were paying on time, there are many. And they would pay you on time. And you didn't need to know anyone to get so they had a bit of processes running.
Right.
And then we come to an era where governors realize, so 10% works. And now everything is on their desk. Because in this day and age, the president doesn't approve any payment. So does the governor. They are not part of any procurement plan or any procurement process for payment. But you'll find it gets to a point where CC is telling you, mkubwa alisema hizi silipwe. So you're the CC, mkubwa wako ni nani?
Okay. So the part B of that question, was that what are these things, and it could be across board, but what are these things that are being supplied to county? There's stationery in offices, there's furniture, there's soft services, catering.
So
what are some of these things?
Let's start with the basic ones.
Okay.
After salaries, the office has to run.
Okay.
The office run because there's stationery and there's office supplies. So this office supplies from a very big chunk because they're supplied almost on a daily basis. Then counties have to develop, they have to run the offices.
Yes.
So we have consultancies, people who advise the governor, people who do documents to educate the county on so many things. They don't get paid. The counties will also hold events in hotels. They don't get paid. There are roads that will be contracted. There'll be contractors who don't get paid. There'll be flight tickets of governors enjoying life. Agencies. They don't get paid. And the crisis with agencies is what? The IATA rule.
They have to pay IATA in 28 days.
No, it's now 7 days.
7 days now.
Oh, wow. Which basically means now it's their money. Kitambo walikuwa na leeway. Now there's no that leeway. Now we also have guys who basically supply uniforms and stuff like that. So you find the suppliers of goods and services are using their own money to basically fund counties at zero interest.
Okay. All of these things that are being provided for, are they actually, apart from the airline tickets and things like those, are they actually being used? You said there's an oversupply at the counties, is it because there's too much that's being asked for, number one? Or is it that because I contracted Mark to give me office supplies in the week or in the month of June, July, August, I have not paid him. So because I'm trying to get rid of that drama, I bring on Simon to supply me. So more and more people just continue supplying. We're not paying them, but they keep bringing and we're not paying them. Yeah. So is that where the oversupply comes from?
The oversupply comes from the fact that we over budget.
Okay.
So we want to do 100 roads, but deep down the governor knows I can only do 50 roads. But because he needs another term, what does he do? So I get 50 roads, I pay all of you 20%, then I get another 50 roads, I pay another 30%.
Oh, for crying out loud. Okay.
So at the end of the day, mtakuwa melipwa kidogo nyinyi wote in the hope that this money will come in. And there is always, let me tell you, no one refuses good business. So you'll always be hoping that nitalipwa. So we've gotten to a level where even when they're doing the pending bills audits, we don't work like we are. The basics of corporate governance is going concern. We act like counties start their life when a governor comes in. And their life ends when a governor leaves office. So the new governor comes in and disregards everything previous and starts his life zero. So even the suppliers and everything, it's at 0 point.
Simon, I just want you to talk about the poor budget execution, lack of expenditure discipline, weak procurement planning, and political interference, and how that is affecting the suppliers, the debt that is there, and implementation of projects by the counties.
If we were to be honest, and I'm actually hoping that the new system that the Treasury is implementing for procurement will work, is every procurement done in our country, you shouldn't buy a successive product in the same category without settling the first one. Because what you're doing is you're doing that musical chair game with people's money. Pay this one or this one, pay this one or this one, pay this one or this one. So you keep circling people like that. So ordinarily what happens is the pain of business is never felt by the officer. Because he can get his people paid. But the 10th of Kenyans who are in genuine business and who supply genuinely never get the money in. We have cases, guys have even gone to court, taken county to court. Now county has delay tactics. So you have a case in court because of a pending bill, then you decide let's settle it in court, then the judge pushes the case for 5 years down the line.
So we are Mark. So we're saying that if you give somebody, for crying out loud, if we're saying now that the 10% that you talk about, or the 15 or whatever, that if you then offer and say, okay, well, Simon, I just need to be paid, take something and give me money, are you saying that this money will miraculously come out?
Of course. Okay, we are in Kenya, so counties will pay based on how well you can bribe. So you've gotten to a level where now supplying counties it's not about how good you are, how competent you are, and if you want to look at it, look at the quality of products being given to counties, because it's based on, since I need to make good margins and I know I will bribe at some point, I give you the least value or the least quality, because at the end of the day I need money, and this is why I say the problem of our agencies in Kenya is arresting the wrong people. I wish we were to do a wealth audit of the chief officers and see since not independent, since devolution. With the kind of salaries they make, you'll even be shocked. It's the suppliers' money that is keeping them in those big places here and there. Because imagine 30%, okay, on average 20% of, let's say, 100 billion worth of supplies across counties. So you're bribing 20 billion every year to people for the work not done, for them to do their job.
You know the question that I keep having. So the government has come up with digital procurement, right? Yes, which is supposed to be rolled out in a few. And then number two, because the Public Finance Act is very clear that even these officers you talk about should have a procurement plan, go through certain procurement processes, and their job is to just inspect whether the goods or services were delivered, say yes or no, and then they get into the online system. I've forgotten what it's called. Government thing. IFMIS, right? And then they approve. Done, you've got your money because they had your account from the beginning, right? So IFMIS was one of the solutions, digital solutions to this procurement and payment issue, right?
No, it wasn't. If technology is a bad thing, is the word I wanted to use, but I'm on here. If your processes are inefficient physically,
yes, they can't be.
The moment you digitize, you are magnifying inefficiency. National government works fantastic with IFMIS, and that's the beauty of it. It works fantastic. Now come to counties, that's where the mess is. But national government with IFMIS, A1.
I hear you say that IFMIS at the counties has been engineered to intentionally fail.
not engineered. There are no processes. And I've always said this, even if you push them to use a model for IFMIS, they'll ask you for quotes, they'll ask you for documents, it will depend that they'll ask for another supplier.
Okay, this is not a secret, right? It's in the open. We're having this discussion here where thousands of people are listening. So it's not as though there is some kind of shame whereby they say, no, don't tell anybody, Simon, don't talk. It is out in the open, and yet it continues to happen as though it is okay and accepted. We read and saw the horror story of the woman who was owed money by one of the counties and took her own life because it was just too much. Auctioneers had taken her things, bank loan had gone crazy. She couldn't send her children to school anymore. But she mirrors the issues that many other people are facing as a result of this kind of thing. My question is, how can it be that this is it's in broad daylight? It's not under the cover of darkness. It is happening. People are suffering today. But it is still a practice that seems to be accepted. And it would appear as though you can't do business with counties and still remain sane.
I'll take you back to history. History is an amazing object. It was okay to be associated with Pablo Escobar. At some point in life, it was fashionable. And yet, everyone knew this guy selling drugs. But it was okay because he was funding politicians, building houses, and it was okay. So I'm a friend of Pablo Escobar, and I'm okay. Now, it's also fashionable to say you're supplying counties and you're in debt. And it has become the norm to everyone to say, biashara ya county achana nayo. So we have accepted that counties are failed. We have accepted that they are too corrupt to even work with. It's just that we are not doing too much to sort that problem. And that's the honest truth. The same way I've given you an example. So we will keep beating the drums until someone will be like, okay, how do we sort this crisis? Because it's a crisis. As we speak right now, the county pending bills is a crisis. And I stayed here the other time. Kiambu 6 billion. Under what miracle would they clear those debts in 2 years?
Nairobi
118. Under what miracle would they clear the debt even in 10 years? Now, even if they go the national, because I've seen this securitization of bills, counties will adopt it. It's another cash cow. Because they will do this, raise money to clear pending bills, get kickbacks, create more crises in pending bills, do securities, get kickbacks. So at the end of the day, we are talking about pending bills like it's a sweet topic, but it's a bitter topic. We're talking about people's money that are dead in counties and their families and people dying without ever recovering that money.
Simon, you are a supplier, and you've mentioned something to do with lack of processes at the counties that is making all these problems. So how do we fix it?
One, we fix it by two things. We need to have very good checks and balances introduced at the county level. I still believe today we would have set systems in the first 2 years, in the first 5 years. But when counties now became, right now everyone wants to be a governor, is not there to serve you. Because he's not able to steal money in the Senate, so they can steal money in the county. They're not going there because they love their homeland. At now, because I come from Migori, become governor of Migori, I'm going to help Migori people. No, it's because now, it's also my county. It's because I'm not able to steal money in the Senate. So Uko Mashinani, I will be able to do it. So we need to push for systems to work in the county government so that we have value for money. We have gotten to a level where at some point, even the main hospitals couldn't get medicine because you owe suppliers of medicine money. Even the medical equipment, a lot of medical equipment suppliers are owed money by county. So as we speak about good health care, I always say SHA could be working, but you go to a hospital without equipment because the supplier is not supplying the equipment because it's not being paid. So SHA is working, but you go and they tell you, you want a MRI, hatuna machine, it'll collapse. And the guy to repair is owed like 10 million. So you think he's going to come another $1 million? And SHA is working, it's not bad. Now you don't get treated. Then you go to private hospital. So do you know when you go to home, what do you say? SHA is not working. But is it SHA not working? Or is it that the hospitals owe medical supplies too much money that the equipment in hospitals, in public hospitals, are dead?
Mark?
Just a quick one. I'm obsessed with this thing. if we get the right governor, systems work. We get the wrong governor, systems don't work. Is the political will of the governor the main driving force behind competent counties?
Correct.
That is a bombshell, my friends.
So 2027, choose the right governor who will put systems in place, you're good to go. Choose a bad governor, we'll still be crying about county spending and debt 2028.
And that's where we will be. And that's where it is. The buck stops with one person and what they're essentially willing to do or not do. We can't not have these conversations, and it's good that we consistently do. So I want to thank you so much for being here, Simon, and we'll do again. We'll follow up again, in a short while and see how things are actually going. Simon Gishuki is the Secretary General of the Association of Public Sector General Suppliers, has been our guest this hour, and we're asking the question, where does the money go? Well, now we see. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. Tamara Blessing, the 7-year-old whose defiled and lifeless body was buried beneath a suspect's bed, will be buried today in Solio village. Emotions reign high during a candlelight vigil at Nyeri Lower Stage in memory of Tamara last evening. As investigations continue and police await further forensic results, heartbroken family members and human rights activists have demanded for justice, calling for swift and decisive action to ensure those responsible are brought to book. Now, software developer and civic activist Rose Njeri will today be produced in the Milimani law courts. While the details of the case remain closely guarded, the hearing is generating significant buzz, with Kenyans eagerly awaiting developments. This event comes as several leaders, including former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, former Public Service CS Justin Muturi, and Senate Majority Leader Aaron Cheriot have condemned Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen over her arrest. Njeri was arrested last week after launching Civic Email, an online tool that aimed to simplify and encourage public opposition to the contentious finance bill. The tool quickly gained popularity, particularly among young Kenyans, for streamlining communication between citizens and their elected representatives.
There has to be a proper way of feedbacking the system, and I thought what she had done was brilliant. The mistake that we make, though, is that we imagine that there is one button that runs government. Government is a huge, complex thing. You saw there's a time that we invited the various agencies. Constitutionally speaking, the IG exercises independent, and that word is broadly and proudly mentioned in our constitution.
Now, the police department has been asked to move its public service systems to digital to simplify cases reported at police stations in the country. Speaking in Malindi area of Kilifi County, various stakeholders said that all departments, including the Office of the DPP, the Judiciary, the Kenya Prison Service, the Kenya Wildlife Service, among others, are already operating their systems digitally, while the police department is lagging behind. Victor Kaudo is a human rights activist in Kilifi County.
The next place ambao tunahitaji zaidi iende digital ni National Police Service, ili zile file pale ziwe zinafanya haraka haraka. Ndio tukienda pale katika gender desk, Mariam awe yuko tayari, vitu zake yeye amekaa pale, lakini kesi inaendelea. Tuache kumfrustrate na papers, a lot of paperwork. Hizo cases ni nyingi ndani ya Malindi, kwa sababu yeye bado yuko anachukua mpaka za magarini. Akifanya hizi kazi zote zikiwa online, tutakuwa tunafanya kazi zetu kwa urahisi. So National Police Service, tafadhali, it's high time tuanze kumove on the direction the courts are going.
However, some police heads in Kilifi County have indicated that they've already started to digitize some systems.
Sisi ni kama vile tumesikia sisi tumebaki nyuma kidogo, but then kwa mwaka wa 2019 kulikuwa na kama jaribio ya kuanza mambo ya automation katika police service, na tulianza na mambo ya OB huko Nairobi. Imeenda chini kidogo, but then our inspector general anaendeleza mpango wa kudigitize police records, so anytime from now tuna expect kwamba itakuwa rolled out so that pia sisi tusibaki nyuma.
Kwa sasa hivi wakati tunafanya automation, file ya polisi ikiletwa kwa
ofisi yetu, we scan all the documents. The whole police file is scanned na inawekwa kwa ile system.
And finally, the World Health Organization has issued recommendations for 2 new immunization tools to protect infants from respiratory syncytial virus, that is RSV, the leading cause of severe lung infections in young children globally. WHO recommended a maternal vaccine administered to pregnant women in their 3rd trimester to protect their newborns, and a long-acting antibody injection for infants, which begins to protect within a week of administration and lasts for at least 5 months. According to a statement from WHO, RSV is responsible for approximately 100,000 deaths annually among children under the age of 5, with 97% of these deaths occurring in low and middle income countries. That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning to you. It's 7 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. It's Tuesday. We're into another month, of course. Coming into the 2nd of June already. Just when you blinked, and we're already 6 months into 2025. And the question is, what are you doing with it? Some of the things that we do here is have those conversations that are necessary to have. Because if we don't talk about it, it's easier for things to slide under the table. We don't talk about it, then these things don't come to light. And that's what Kenya's biggest conversation does every day. We're getting into a conversation this hour. When we took to the vote in 2022, when Kenya took to the vote, the questions around the diaspora and their contribution towards governance and what they would or would not be able to do was front and center of many a conversation, and it still is today, 2 years into another one. The executive committee member of the Diaspora Technical Working Group is Wycliffe Mobek Mogaka, and he is here fresh off the plane like a hot loaf of bread on a Tuesday morning. Diaspora Voices in Electoral Reform is one thing that we'll be talking about today, and Mobek is here. Good morning.
Morning to you. How are you, Ndu?
I'm very well.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to Nairobi. Welcome to Kenya.
Yes, Kenya's home.
Yeah, okay, welcome home.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Right.
We'll be looking into this. Quite a number of things for us to look into. We hear about the huge numbers in terms of money that comes into the country. In the billions. And so the voices behind those contributions want to be involved in governance. And it needs to change is what we are being told. We'll look into that in just a bit. Mark here has gone to Eswatini this week. That's where our proverbs are. And CT has delegated his power to Mark to share the proverbs with us. So Mark did the thing, went to Eswatini. He's got proverbs from there this week. He's going to share that with us, and we would like to get your interpretation of the same. Yep?
Yes, indeed.
All right.
So Eswatini, of course, is one of the lands that keeps its cultures very vibrant. They still wear their traditional wear,
cultures. Their regalia.
Yeah, and they keep their traditional system of governance. We see, Kenyans always say sometimes that perhaps we should try things how things used to be. It does not always work out, it seems, but they have wisdom there, and they say that when a gorilla is in power, the monkeys are happy.
Wow.
When a gorilla is in power,
the
monkeys are happy.
It has a similarities with another something that I saw yesterday somewhere on the internet saying, if you go steal from the bank, you'll go to prison for 10 years, maybe probably. But if you go to the bank and take a loan, you're gonna pay the loan for 30 years. Which best theft that you can do? So similarly, like what you see right now, what is happening in the country is just pretty much the same thing that we see in the big gorillas out there, and the monkeys are chatting down here because they think something's gonna drop from them. Yeah, that's my interpretation.
Yeah.
Interesting interpretation.
Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah.
So, the election and the diaspora activity or engagement in an election, and the process leading to an election and the process after an election has always been a point of contention. And I'm going to start off with what may seem a little bit controversial.
Right.
But folks have said, come on, Mobet, you guys decided that you're going to leave Kenya. You said that greener pastures is what you were seeking for, or you wanted to get an opportunity to work outside the country and earn.
That's correct.
Why should it then bother you about the things that are happening back home?
Man, this is our home. Every single thing that happens in this country, every decision that is being made in our absence here and all that, whether right or wrong, it affects us directly because still this is our home. As much as the people have left here, have gone outside the country and all that, all their eyes, they are looking back to their home where they come, because this is home for all of us. So anything that is happening over here kindly affects us directly. So we want to be involved in all those kind of things that are happening here, part of them. Especially in budget making and all that, like decision making when it comes to the finance bills, they are going to affect the country pretty much, the financial whatever and everything else. So we really want to be involved in that. So for you to be involved in that is just part of like, where's your vote? Does it matter? That's the most important thing that I think. Yeah.
You see in terms of when you talk about public participation that you should be involved, but you see public participation in the country, even for a Kenyan living in Mathare is not involved. So how then do you expect to be involved if you're living in Minnesota?
How do you expect to be involved? Okay, let me put it to you this way. Involvement is in very many ways. When it comes to public participation, the people outside the country are kind of, in a large way, they are forgotten. They are just put like, you can be out there, let's all that we see from you is you already left. So what you can do is, let's just get what you guys are giving us. But now I think we have more than that. And that comes with a lot of skills, comes with a lot of involvement in terms of ideas and all that. So that's the contribution that we're trying to see. So when the decisions are being made in the country, we want to be part of it. Like let's just share, let's be a part of the problem or the solution of whatever that is happening. Yeah.
The Constitution does envision that diaspora Kenyans would be, for example, be able to vote, which is the highest form of expression of that, public participation.
That's correct.
But the question then begs, first, we know that any Kenyan of standing can be able to send memoranda to the House, right? Or to any minister, really, if you want to. The question that usually begs is, are our diaspora communities organized? That is the first issue. Because I'll give you an example. Dubai has 3-4 chairmen of Diaspora Association for Kenya, right? You've got the same in many other countries. The ability of Kenyans outside the country to organize and then be able to represent a position is something that has been lacking. Is that something that Kenyans in the diaspora are willing to work on? Because it's not going to work if it's going to be individuals writing 3 million emails to the state.
Mark, I promise you, this time around things are different. Squeeze vitu tofauti nikwambie. The diaspora wants to be a part of this, and especially when they come into 2027, they just want to make sure they make a difference in what is happening. Because far much left, they've been outside the country, like been left out in each and every single thing that is happening. Right now, the diaspora is focusing on how can they be part of it. All those kind of small groups that you've been saying, they've been submerged into individual business things that people have been doing. And it has happened. And that actually has really franchised the diaspora. Because all the entire diaspora was franchised because of the people wanted to do their own things. People are so far away from one country to the other. Communicating was a problem. Everything has a teething problem. But right now, it's absolutely coming together because of the problems that are affecting in the country here. It's just everywhere. So right now, the the Diaspora Technical Working Group is now how can I say? It's just now global. Each and every single. We just made like 2 trips right now so far, trying to make sure we explain through the IEBC. We make sure we explain through all organs which are involved, from the judiciary, the legislature, and everyone who's involved. We can just come to our aid to make sure that the diaspora this time around, they are going to vote and make that decision by themselves. Yeah.
Okay. Quick question.
Yeah.
Logistically speaking,
right,
the Kenyan diaspora is spread far and wide, right?
That's correct.
And our voting system is still physical, right? Is there a plan, probably for mail-in voting? Because there are 2, let's say, quote unquote embassies, one in DC and the other one in LA, right? So how then are people living in Kansas, Missouri, etc., able to interact with these 2 embassies, which are basically the polling stations during elections, so that they are able to actually count their votes? And for me, the only way I can see is mail-in voting.
No, actually, that's a very contentious question. If you're going to say mail-in voting, I think now the question of trust begins in there.
We still doubt when we show up physically. So the question of trust and the elections.
Mail voting, I don't think the mail votes. I don't think is the way to go. But what you're looking at this time around is on how to come with a system which is going to be very technical in a way whereby you can easily not mutilate anything else out of it. But let me just explain to you what you just said about the logistics part of it. So you see, the diaspora is not only in the United States. The diaspora is everywhere.
Yes, true.
In the globe, right? But now we've identified the United States and Canada, let's say America, to be like the largest host of the most Kenyans, right? And it's the one which is really known, as we can say. But right now the diaspora is large. We have Europe. We have Tanzania down here. We have Germany. I mean, like, I'm just trying to just pick up countries just randomly. So what is happening right now here? For instance, like the people in the diaspora, we are really fighting for mobile voting, whereby we just select areas that we know where the distribution and of the diasporans of the Kenyans and the diaspora are in large numbers, and that's where we're going to take up for them to be voted at. Like, most especially, we have churches. We have where people normally just gather for events and all that. So it's us in the diaspora who know all where those people are, and that's why we want to involve with the IEBC to guide them, to help them on how we can do it to make it possible. Because this time around, people really want to make sure they vote. They really want to make sure they make that decision themselves, so that they don't be in a situation whereby we were left outside. Yeah.
So what would that look like when you say help the IEBC to guide them to see then how it would actually happen? How would it happen?
Because that one has to be guided in the law. It has to be brought in the law. That's why, 2 months ago, actually in March, we had a meeting with JLAC, and we discussed at length on how they can have that incorporation in Act 38 of the Constitution, so they can easily consider the diaspora to be part of the voting, so they can easily be in the system. It's just been known in the law, this is what is going to happen, by increasing more voting stations. Because, if you can, as Mark put it, if you're going to put it it's just only in DC, logistically, it's not possible for someone who's in Kansas to go to DC. It's very expensive. So, but if you put it, let's say, for instance, in Kansas City is going to harness all these areas, all these small states which are around there. Kansas, Missouri, we have Nebraska, and all that. If you put it in Minneapolis, you're going to capture Wisconsin, part of Iowa, and all those areas. And we know areas, like in Atlanta, we know where we can easily put all these people. So it's us in the diaspora who know where the people are. And we are coming out in the open to just try to explain to the IEBC. And again, there are challenges of budgeting, doing all this. And again, the State Department is giving resources on where the database, whereby the distribution of the diasporans are. So all those kind of resources, we're going to put them together to make sure that we are part of the team that is going to make sure, like, each and every single person in the diaspora who has to have a point where they can easily vote closely, and it's not expensive for them to do it.
When you're having this discussion, the Diaspora Technical Working Group, the people that you engage with mostly would be the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, right? And even when you're having that discussion, in order to know where Kenyans are in terms of population, mainly because you find the decision around LA and Washington is pretty much because of the population, and also because that is where we have the what do we call
the Constitution?
Yes.
Constitution.
Yeah. So now, how do we have
not
this?
Minnesota?
Sorry?
The Constitution is not in those two places.
No, I'm not saying the Constitution.
No, I'm saying the concentration.
No, I'm talking in terms of where we have the embassies and whatnot. Yeah. So here is a question where how then do we have this discussion such that IEBC has this information, and do Kenyans living in the diaspora also have information on how best these can be handled? Because here we are talking about, you see, there is Minister of Foreign Affairs that needs to understand that IEBC needs to have this information, but even best is Kenyans living in the diaspora. Do you have that information, which goes to what Mark was asking in terms of being organized?
Let me tell you, Dennis, we've really provided sufficient information to all these relevant centers, whatever, like ministry, the IEBC, all this information is at their disposal right now. We've explained. We even have an ongoing court case right now, trying to make sure that they have that incorporated in the Constitution. So still, there's setbacks here and there, because I think, to me, I'm just feeling. I have a feeling like they're afraid of the diaspora because of the way things are going right now. People are involved. People just want to make sure this time around things are different. So each and every single thing that you've just mentioned, we've provided those resources to the relevant authorities.
Why would they be afraid?
Yeah, exactly my point. Your guess is as good as mine.
Let me get to this. One of the roadblocks you'll face very quickly is not the illegality of things, right? Because I think the IEBC has enough power to create polling stations wherever it is they want, where the diaspora is concentrated. But who is going to fund this?
I know that's a very good question. In March, when we were here in March, we were having a meeting with the JLAC and the Defense Committee and Foreign Affairs Defense Committee, and I remember one member of Parliament just asked a very serious question like that. Like let me ask you, just like in other electorate area, right? So why is it that it's very important for the remittances and all that, but it's not important when the question is put on the desk, like, okay, it's remittances. Can we just flip it on the other side? Like, let's just make a decision on how we do these remittances. I mean, like, it's very easy.
You would imagine it is very easy, but you see, we live in a country called Kenya, for which that is not easy in any shape, way, or form. The truth is, you've already said the political goodwill to make sure that diasporans are voting.
That's correct.
It's not there, and I'm telling you, it's not been there since this constitution was rolled in. It's not a now thing, right? You remember 2013? Did you guys vote? No.
No, the margin, actually they didn't vote. 2017 they did.
Yeah, you see, 2013 you guys didn't vote. So the question still begs that yes, you do give a lot of diaspora remittances, which we've allocated to other things over time. We will not suddenly wake up 2026 financial year and say, let me allocate to diaspora. You guys will have to somehow organize and be able to say, you know what? All we need you guys to do is bring a returning officer. We have this. Right? That if it comes to that, are you guys willing to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We are willing to do that. You know, Mark, what you're saying is something that we discussed at length with the IBC. And the IBC was like, the budget allocation for this diaspora is really minimal.
It's very small,
You understand? That's why we ended up in JLAC to discuss and see on their behalf if they can get some funding towards the diaspora, logistics and planning and everything else. At the same time, we offered ourselves. We said we would be willing to be trained to trainers. I mean, like, so they can for civic education and all that, to make sure the people are going to do the electoral job or whatever, they are trained in good time. And again, people are offering to do that. You understand? Because this is very important for us. For us to get to point B, it has to start from somewhere By that's why people are really willing to do it. But the roadblocks are there. The legislature, which is the parliament, really has to take this so seriously. If they don't take it so seriously, we can never make any steps further. That's why we've gone through all these other avenues, through Katiba Institute, through we can imagine every office. We've sat down with the Speaker of the National Assembly. We've sat down with the all JLACs, like from the Senate, from the National Assembly. We've had meetings, several organizations, just to try and help us to make sure like the diaspora is part of the team which is going to vote.
Is there concerted effort, Mobek, when we talk about because there are chairmen of different diaspora organizations, kind of like what Mark was saying before. They're across the US, then we have in Europe, we have in Australia, Asia.
Right.
Is there unity whereby what you're talking about, having a meeting with JLAC, or is it Mobek talking with and a group of people talking with JLAC, and then another group comes and there's duplicity of effort then when it comes to that conversation that is being had? Because if there are many mushrooming conversations all over the place, it kind of waters down the potency of the issue. So is that happening?
Yeah, let me just put this very clear, probably maybe for those who are watching and who are getting confused with the question that Ndu just put across. It's just very important that we make sure that it is very clear, right?
Yeah.
Right now, the Diaspora Technical Working Group is for the global diaspora.
Okay.
It's not going to earn profits or anything. It's just looking for the welfare of a diasporian. So the Diaspora Committee, the Technical Working Committee and the Executive Committee that has come together, those people who are willing to do all that, they come from different organizations in the diaspora, irrespective of what you do, whether it's a welfare, whether it's a business or there and that. So, but all of them, they converge at the Diaspora Technical Working Group. They have a representative. Yes. Or from one of them, like let's say like OVC, one of which consortium is one of the biggest diaspora organization. They have their member in there who is representing on behalf of OVC, you see.
So Mobek, I hear you talk in terms of the Diaspora Technical Working Group, how all these other bodies are coming together to speak in one voice. You're meeting with JLAC, you're meeting with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Right.
All point towards one thing that you need, which is political goodwill that will make this work.
That's correct.
From the diaspora, do you think there is political goodwill to ensure that Kenyans in the diaspora and their voices are heard and included in electoral processes?
Man, I bet my money on this. This time around things are different. The way, even when we started, we said this is what we are doing, people flocked in. They want to be a part of it. It doesn't matter how much it's going to cost, because people have seen how it's happening. You see, like, if you just propose a tax increment in the finance bill for the diasporians, like that is going to invoke you somehow, right? Even if you are somewhere else hiding, in one way or the other, you have to make sure that this is going to affect you. So if you don't come out in the open and get your voice heard, then it's going to be a problem. So this time around, if you're talking about the goodwill is already there. It's out in the open. It's just a crack. The crack in the dawn, man. Trust me on that.
I'm interested in the responses that you get from these organizations who are hearing you, whether it's JLAC today, whether it's representatives of the IEBC, whether it is, members of parliament, committees, working groups that you spoke of. What's the response? First of all, that could then give an idea into the general direction for a solution.
Yeah, I would say the responses are positive, and because I can say like 65%. We're really progressively working towards a certain direction. We're making a lot of progress, and but we can't miss the stumbling blocks along the way as we're trying to advance the next stages. But so far, it's going so good. We're making other advances. We're trying to see if we can see the president by I think in next week on 18th. See if there is another goodwill. We're trying to make sure like we bring in more forces who are interested parties and all, because you see all these people are politicians, you see, and when you're trying to push this, they are like, what is in there for us? You see, and that kind of cuts you.
You know what's interesting is we're discussing something as though these politicians have a choice. Remember, this is a constitutional right, and by law you must always give out a right in the most available way possible. You must extend the rights of that right as far as possible. So it's not a matter of if, can you please, right? What actually, this is my view. What actually needs to happen is there has to be an electoral roadmap for the Diaspora 2027.
Right.
My suggestion would be, and I don't know why I'm a host and instead of asking questions, I'm giving suggestions. But
it's okay. I mean, you see, you can easily become a diaspora.
Let me tell you my suggestion, right?
Yes.
Put the legal guys together, put economic guys together, and put electoral logistics guys together. Come up with a roadmap that is yours, right? Because if you keep having conversations, you will always have 6 different roadmaps from 6 different people. Because IEBC will have its plan and its budget. Your committees will have their plan and their budget. So my question then is, do you guys have a roadmap? This is 2025, it's 2 years to an election. Do you have a roadmap to make that successful? And a budget, by the way, because...
Absolutely. Us, we have everything. But at the end of the day, this is not an individual process. You see, it's a process which is involving the entire diaspora. At the same time, it's pretty much a constitutional process. That is just to take some stages from point A to B, right? And I don't know why at times we struggle so much as diasporians to make it like we want to be factored in the constitution when it's supposed to be our right. I don't think
it's supposed to be your right. Is your right.
It's our right. So because I'm trying, I'm asking myself a question like why are we straining that hard, right? Because you see, when we were having a meeting with the National Assembly, with the Speaker of the National Assembly, he asked a very simple question about the same thing, and we were like, Mr. Speaker, we already know that. Because they said like we are begging. We are not begging. We only just saying this is what is supposed to be happening. But again, they kill you from one angle. They tell you the budgeting. You understand? So and again, it's just to circle around to the budgeting.
Have you thought? Have you thought? Because that budget issue, for me, it's dead on arrival. Yeah. Have you thought of either going to the Constitutional Court, which is the High Court of Kenya, and then lodging your complaint there so that it is codified into law through the judiciary, right? Saying that ABCD is what you want, the judiciary gives orders to the executive to actually do it, or B, going to the legislature with a bill that then forces them to actually do the right thing. Of course, the court case is easier because the High Court is faster, but also getting MPs to actually sit down and vote into law something that then enforces this. Because if this, and maybe I'm speaking from experience, that approach, my friend,
it's hard,
you're
right?
You're climbing a tree upside down.
So you see, that approach, we've already exhausted those avenues already.
You've already gone to court?
Yes. We have an active case in court right now.
Okay.
We're trying to make sure like that thing is put into law.
At which level?
We don't, right now is, it's on hearing.
At the High Court or where?
Yeah, at the High Court.
Okay.
Yeah, so, we progress. I think we're going to have another hearing very soon. I need to confirm about the dates, I'm not so sure about it.
That's good
because
news.
we have the team within the Diaspora Technical Working Group, which is responsible for that. And we're really trying to make sure, because we want to put this, we don't want like how can I say, like it's a word of mouth, like, okay, we've said, we're going to do it. Someone deciding their desks and does it. We just want to make sure that thing is in the law. So when we're going to say like point A, B, 3, A, B, C, we have these stations which are allocated by IEBC. IEBC is ordered to make sure we have those polling stations in these respective areas, and we have people coming there to vote as Kenyans, not as people are begging to cast their votes or maybe to do their constitutional right. Yes.
All right. Let's take a break at this point. It's important that we do, and I want to link it essentially to the contribution that this group of diasporians make towards Kenya's economy. It's been touted, it's been ring-fenced, it's been talked about as a way in which it needs to be protected. But then why not then towards the vote, or why not towards the electoral process? We're having conversation this morning with Wycliffe Mobek Mogaka. He is the executive committee member of Diaspora Technical Working Group, and we're looking into matters around beyond just the vote, being involved in citizen governance. We're having that conversation this morning, 26 minutes to 9. It continues after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Wycliffe Mobek Mogaka is an executive committee member of the Diaspora Technical Working Group, and of course having conversations this morning around, that contribution. It's been sticky all this time, but then why would you think that folks don't want to commit to this? I mean, if you hear that, yes, we'll do something about it, why would you think that there would not be a larger, broader, more excited response to this, especially when, what was the last number in the billions of shillings that comes in from
600.
600 billion shillings.
Progressively.
Is exactly, and it's progressive money that we are seeing counted off. We've seen many times where the president himself has talked about the money that has come in. The permanent secretary, State Department of Diaspora Affairs, Rosen Jogu talks about that number with us a lot. Yeah. And says that we cannot, ignore this group of people. So can we not ignore this group of people when it comes to the money, but ignore them when it comes to the desire to be involved in governance? How do you see that?
Oh, man, at times I get tired talking about the contribution that we give to the country and all that, but we forget about the skills that comes along with it. You understand? There are people who really don't contribute maybe directly in terms of money, because as they say it's black tax and all that. But the worst case scenario that is happening right now is the diaspora is just 30% giving to the country. So what if they give like even 80%? We could be talking about it in trillions. Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah. Because we don't have proper systems which are working in place and all that, people for them to invest and all that. So it brings people to pull back a little bit. Like you see, right now we're struggling, even the diaspora, to be a part of, to practice their constitutional rights. So how are you going to tell the same person to invest? So there's a larger number of the diasporans which is not counted in. So
I hear you. Yes. So essentially what you're saying is that even that 600 billion that we're talking about is nothing compared to what could actually be.
That's correct.
So the place to actually have this diaspora money is in Kenya, number one. The reason why you won't see even a 50% of that is because you're not making it easy for them to even be part of the process.
Right.
Is that what we're saying?
That's what I'm saying. But you see, let me ask you.
Do they want to be involved?
Yeah, they want to be involved. They want to be involved, but now the process on how to be involved is just murky along the way. Is really it's just leading you into the karat, leading you somewhere into some oblivion somehow. And there are people, and the moment you leave this country and just go out there, a lot of things change in you. You look at things differently, and you just want to associate yourself with things that are really working. You understand? So for you, for instance, like there's something that I've ever discussed before here. Like let's even say in our the mortgage industry in this country, right? How much do we mortgage our interest rate? It's almost 13%, 12.9%. And how many people do we have who have mortgage loans in this country?
It's less than
30,000.
Yeah.
That's correct, right?
Yeah, true.
So explain to me how someone is going to invest in our country right now. Maybe, let's say, for instance, like me, I want to take a mortgage loan, whereby right now the government is the one is a real estate company, right?
Yeah.
So how
mortgage refinance company?
It's a mortgage refinance company.
Yeah.
Explain to me how someone in the diaspora who has money, maybe somewhere else, will choose to invest in Kenya at 12% and run away from 4% to 6% in Texas or somewhere. It doesn't make sense, honestly, right? But if we have our things right, okay, let's just start up with the proper structures which are really helping us, so that we can see how can we even move from the 30% contribution, which is just 600 billion, at least to come at least to about like even $1 trillion. But by that we have to harness the diaspora. We have to prove like this is what is happening, because people have gone out there. Us, we are stuck with what we had in the past. When I was here 10 years ago, it's the same thing. You understand? Life is moving so fast.
Mobek, you said that you're meeting the president on the 18th.
Right.
One would want to ask, what is the agenda that you're taking to the president?
The agenda is the same thing that they're discussing, and again, it's the political goodwill. Yeah, because now all these people are involved. Maybe they are personal. I don't think I'm going to say him, but they're going to persuade if they can say, having those talking stages is the big man up there, right? And maybe it's going to be behind us in all this business we're going to push.
But the president has met with Kenyans in the diaspora before. I remember when he was invited to the United States, he met with Kenyans in the diaspora. And these were some of the things that were discussed then. So what makes you think that this time round he will hear you and actually implement your views?
Man, this is so funny. At times when I see political leaders come into the United States or these other countries, they don't come out with those meetings with anything. Yeah, it's what you see on TV, just a waste of time. That's the truth.
Well,
that's a waste of time.
Well, we can't judge the whether time was wasted or
there's
not.
nothing that has ever come out of it from those meetings. That's the most honest part that I can.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what I mean here is because people just come out there to eat. That's it. And discuss things which are endless, which are not headed anywhere.
Eat literally.
What I'm saying here is just having just chucky conversations which are headed nowhere. The real issues are not talked about. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like at times when I see political leaders coming into the country, like, a member of parliament is coming to the states to discuss. I'm like, what are you coming to discuss?
Benchmarking.
What are you benchmarking on?
Well, as we move away from benchmarking, which was but wasn't it made illegal some time back? Yeah. But anyway, my question to you is now let's go back to remittances, right? What is the main use of these remittances into the country? Because it's one thing to receive money, it's another to turn that money into another way of making more money. For example, in businesses, in the stock exchange, in the money markets. Much of the diasporans, when they're sending money, what is it for?
It's kind of, it lessens the burden of the country, maybe, and the government by injecting money into the people that the government does not take care of, for instance. It goes indirectly, but that makes the economy run so smoothly because there's availability of funds already. So let's say, for instance, I come from a family where I have 5 siblings, right? And all those 5 siblings, they don't work. Okay? But I finance them. Where does that money go?
Well, food, shelter, clothing.
The money rolls around. The economy becomes smoother, right? Because there is availability of funds, right?
People can spend,
People can spend the money. You understand? So if we have like 10 diasporans who are taking care of 50 family members over here, that makes the economy smoother. So like let me tell you, like demographically, when you go to tribes, which tribes are in the diaspora mostly?
Kikuyu, Kisii, which other ones? A bit of the Luo community. Kalenjin, yes.
So when it comes to investment, how do you look at them demographically as well?
Yes.
Tell us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look at these towns which are being developed in Nairobi, for instance. Which towns are developed? Which are upcoming?
In Kenya, yeah.
Yeah, in Kenya. Let's say, for instance, in Nairobi, Rongai, Ngong, Kitengela, Ruai.
Yes.
You see, money come in through those small entries. Because money are not in these tall buildings. No. You understand that, right? Yeah. Money is spent in small avenues. Yeah. It makes life easier and even for everyone. So money is coming in there. So for instance, today, like these taxes, the way they are going on like this, right? you encroach. If my sister is working and she earns like 50,000, right?
Yeah.
And the taxes comes in, I don't know, housing levy, blah blah blah, she, all these kind of things come in there. If how much she was earning 50,000, it comes down to 30,000. What happens to me? I have to go into my pocket deeper to balance her gauge so that she can easily survive, right? So what happens into my money that I need to invest in?
Okay. Reduces.
You understand? So technically, I'm knocked off, right? So I have to find a way. So my investment strength lessens. So that's why I'm saying, some of us, we understand some of the things. Can we be a part of the team?
By being part of the team, you say you want your voices to be heard through the ballot.
Yes.
And one way that your voices can be heard through the ballot is by registering.
Right.
And some say, before you even start having these conversations on being part of the voice, that register first as voters. Registering while in the diaspora as a voter is not an easy thing. So how are you going about it?
Right now, there's a challenge. One, you cannot use an ID to register. You cannot use a passport to register. So we are still struggling within the ID and the passport.
You cannot.
Why?
Why can't you?
Yet it's allowed.
It's a challenge.
No,
right now.
What's the challenge? Let's
So
be
the
very
challenge
clear
here
about
is, if you go to the embassy,
because in Kenya, to register as a voter, what you need is your national ID
or a passport.
The very same thing that you would use to register as a voter here in Kenya, essentially, is you're telling us that in the diaspora you cannot use
because
those
technically,
two documents?
if I'm not wrong, right now, using an ID outside the diaspora is invalid.
Okay. Okay. For what purposes?
And again, right now, we need to know if we can register as a voter using the passport. You understand?
Okay. So what has what challenge? What challenge is being posed here?
And what has been being used for people to vote in previous years?
To register, not even vote.
To register, yes.
Yeah.
But to vote, you have to produce ID as well.
Yeah, I understand. But in this case, to register as a voter in the diaspora, you must have your ID or your passport, yes?
Yes.
But it's posing as a challenge. Why?
Yeah, because you see, because of the living challenges of the people in the diaspora, and they don't want to come out in the open. Because
why
of
are they doing something
situations.
dodgy?
It doesn't have to be something like whatever dodgy or whatever, but the immigration status and all that.
Okay.
It's kind of a little bit challenging. So someone must be having a will to make sure that they want to register and become a voter, right? But at the same time, they need to understand, if me coming out going to be a problem?
So do you now remember my question about unity, and is it an attempt in concert? Remember what I asked?
Yeah, but that question sounds like an unfair problem.
No, but hear me out here, Mobe. If there are some people, if you're saying it's a challenge, people have said the government has made it possible for you to come and register in different embassies. You live in Chicago, whatever, come and register in DC. Whatever the case may be, if it's seen as important as enough, and you talked about the expense, and it's expensive and all of this, but at some point, because of patriotism or whatever, somebody's going to make the attempt to go and register. I know for a fact that you're registered.
Yes.
I know that, right? Now, you're telling me that the challenge being posed here is not that governments, through high commissions or embassies, are refusing Kenyans in the diaspora to register with their passports or IDs. They're not refusing.
No.
The problem here is that because of somebody's status, which is not up to par, they don't want to come out and expose themselves. Remember my question about uniformity in concert?
Right.
So the question is, across board, are Kenyans who are living in diaspora on the same page when they're saying, guys, let's come out and register, because there's power in numbers. If we have a big number, or at the very least, everybody across board doing the same thing, we have a stronger case. But by your own admission, there's a problem, because there's a lot of folks who also don't have the proper status issues, so they don't want to come out under the sun.
Now, your question is a little bit swampy. Let me drain it a little bit.
Please do.
Yeah, so
DJT.
Yeah, so here's the thing. The migration issue is not really such a complicated issue as the way it looks like. The thing that we were trying to do is trying to see, like, how can we have extended registration centers for that? And when they become registration centers, they have to be voting centers, right? That's what we're looking at, because people are scattered everywhere in the United States, in the UK, Germany, and all these other countries. So we want to have more polling stations.
And
do you understand? And those registration centers, like previously we had mobile consular services, which was done by the Department of Diaspora, State Department for the Diaspora, and which really worked out so well. And so what we were trying to look at, like, how can we make it easier for the diasporans? When things are made easier for them, even the eventuality of it the outcome is so good out of it, right? So by even having close these registration and polling stations to be closer by the people where they're living, because people are living and working in different working hours, schedules, and all that. So we were trying to factor them as well. Yeah, because you cannot spend 2 days to go and register and come back 2 days again to come and confirm if how do you call it? Is voter confirmation?
Yeah.
Yes. Those biometrics and all those kind of things and all that. It's very expensive for you to fly from, let's say, Minneapolis to DC.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
Let's bring some context into this. First and foremost, Kenyan diaspora members must present themselves at a designated registration center, which is typically an embassy or a high commission or a consulate. You need a valid Kenyan passport or a national ID for those within the East African community. Right? You fill a Form J and you provide biometrics data. So perhaps what has been the problem has been the fact that the IBC has not been fully constituted, etc., and they've not been doing some things, but this should be all right. Yeah. So that being said, let's go back to the questions that you're talking about, hindrances to being able to vote, etc.
Right.
Honestly, the biggest interest is logistics and availability.
Yes, exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, we just need to find who is going to fund these things and who's going to volunteer or be hired to do it, because you've got the issue of getting returning officers, because there must be a returning officer for a polling station to be a polling station.
That's correct.
So let's go zoom into the returning officer.
Right.
Have you looked into the laws of how one can become one? Have you looked then into the laws by which you can have many returning officers trained, swear fidelity to the Constitution, and be able to deliver credible results?
Yeah, the last time when we had a meeting with IEBC, when we posted them and we told them, like, we can offer ourselves to that, but the Constitution doesn't say that. For you to be an IEBC member, you have to be, so for you to do anything related to the elections, you must be an IBC official.
Staff,
staff.
And that now, there's a brink there.
But
you understand?
The stuff I had 2 months before, they're trained in a hall, and then they're given temporary contracts to be returning officers. Most of them are teachers and stuff like that. And then they go become returning officers.
You see, Mark, those things you're saying, we've exhausted all those avenues.
Are you serious?
100%. I'm telling you, I promise you that. If we had much time, we could just open for you like files and everything that we would really explain to IEBC and all these other arms of the government on what we really want. The challenge comes at, like, who is going, the logistics part of it. That's where the problem is, because we want more polling centers, which is proximity to the people, and which is going to be more reasonable, which is to the people where they're living, and make sure we have that exercise done more efficiently and accurately, right? And by the law, right? So when we have those challenges like that, so IBC pushes off. They're like, we need more funding when it comes to the issues concerning the diaspora. So we feel franchised. You understand? So when it comes to the diaspora issue, we feel like we are put outside. So, like, why does it have to be? When the question that came when we were in the JLAC, when the Defense Committee and Diaspora Affairs, when one member of parliament just resigned, just asked the question, like, we cannot give that funding towards that. That's when I asked, like, why are you saying we cannot? Why are you feeling like it's money going somewhere into some dungeons? But these are Kenyans who are outside the country who really want to feel like they want to practice. They want to put their constitutional right to put into place.
Practice. You see, what I hear you, the discussion pretty much with what Mark has quoted is the rights that are given by the Constitution. Kenyans in the diaspora and them voting is a right.
It's a right
bestowed to them by the Constitution of the Republic. Therefore, the biggest task now is for IEBC to make sure that Kenyans in diaspora, in one way or the other, are registered. They are facilitated to vote. You understand
Right.
what I mean by facilitation? I mean they make it easy for Kenyans in diaspora
to
vote. That means in the meetings that you're having, when you go to the president, these are the issues that you take to the president and hope that there will be a good political goodwill that will ensure that all these processes are followed.
But I hear you saying that you've done that already. Cliff.
You know, the president is one guy who knows a lot of things.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and he knows ahead of time. To me, these people know these things.
Mhm.
Okay. They're only making it a little bit difficult. But it's like, what is in there for us? Who is the diaspora? Where is this vote headed?
So let me
you
ask,
understand?
let me ask this question. Kenyans in the diaspora, are you seen as though all we need from you is your remittances, but when it comes to campaigns,
Oh, yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
see you, I don't care? Is that the situation?
Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
But you know, there's a question now I really want to ask. Of course, you are saying that the political divide, some want you guys to vote, others don't want to vote, right?
Right.
You're seeing the president, right? And then there are also members of what is now becoming known as the opposition. Have you talked to these guys as well?
Man, there's nowhere that we haven't gone. I'm gonna tell you this. There's nowhere that we haven't gone for this.
Yeah.
We've really exhausted all these avenues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow it turns you around it takes you to IBC and it clocks you in there at the budget thing.
Yes.
You know, the money thing there, that's where things are.
How much is this budget thing we keep talking about?
How much is this money? When you put it all together, how much is it that they're looking for to say that diaspora will vote?
I don't think it's 200 billion. Is it?
They haven't given an accurate figure to that, but that's where we're stuck on that.
But you have, you must have a figure in mind, eh?
For you to say that it's too much or it doesn't exist, you must have had an amount for you to say that it's too much.
No, honestly, I'm not going to say something that I really don't know. I don't have facts toward that. I don't
So
like
when
giving-
IBC tells you they don't have budget for it,
for what?
Okay, you know, I don't even.
logistics is
how-
something that like how can I say? It's progressive.
No, I
Do you
know it's
understand what I'm
progressive.
saying? Yes.
But how do you say you don't have enough money when you don't know how much the damn thing costs?
But let's even agree what this thing is in the first place. So when we're saying that when we're talking about the need for Kenyans in the diaspora to be involved in constitutional as well as patriotic activity, such as the electoral one, that there are certain things that need to happen. And so in order for them to say that, we don't have enough money to do this, we must at least know that if I'm throwing a birthday party, I need cake, I need a tent, I need a few balloons, and I know how much this thing costs for us to come to this party. If I tell you then that I cannot have this party because I cannot afford it, then I know that I do not have 10,000 shillings. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, in this case, what are we saying is required? And there must be a price tag to it for them to say that we don't have the resources available.
Exactly.
Right?
In fact,
do we need to move people do we need to have two constituencies in the United States, for example, East and West?
Right.
Do we need to have a conference on this side and a conference on this other side? And people are going to meet, for example, in the West, going to meet in LA. Because there's one there. Are we going to meet in DC on this side? And this is how much it's going to cost to have returning officers. This is how much it's going to cost to bring people from Kenya to do the thing. This is how much it's going to cost to have the digitization of the thing set up. There must be a cost to it for somebody to then say that it is too expensive or we don't have the funds.
I think, you know what's going to help us? I'm sorry, excuse me for that. I'm looking at the point whereby if we invite an IEBC executive official and one diaspora official over here, and then we ask this question, so for purposes of clarity with the viewers and the diasporians as well, to make sure that we have that very accurately. Because for them, this question can come to them, directly to them, so that we know exactly where is the bone of contention.
Well, surprise, surprise, there's no constitutional IEBC set up right now, so, hey.
You see, one thing that would equally just control on where IEBC takes its officials is based on one thing: registration of Kenyans in diaspora,
right,
upon which IEBC would be able to make decisions on where they would send their staff.
But that's my point.
But then again, there is the problem of, like you said, there are challenges when it comes to you registering. But then again, is IEBC doing everything to help you register?
But you see, you guys are putting the cart before the horse. There's no way you can tell me you cannot afford something.
If you don't know how much
what it is.
costs.
You don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
But one of the suggestions that perhaps, you've exhausted every avenue. Have you considered telling them that you will fly to Kenya 20 volunteers to be trained, right, so that they don't have logistic costs and they're given the materials for voting, and they go with them to the diaspora.
I think we will consider that.
Yeah.
But then again, they will just turn it into the constitution part of it. Like you have to be an IEBC official by the constitution.
All the returning officers of polling stations and smaller stations are not permanent employees of the IEBC.
We're running
Let's
towards,
be clear.
We're running towards the end of it, but it's a question that comes, and I think maybe that's one thing you kind of alluded to before, Mobek, is that, Christina, she lives in the diaspora, and she says, you know what, right now, and even Sonnet says, right now, the best option that we have is to come back home and vote. Is that too much at the moment?
Yeah, right now, we are, that's too much for a diaspora to ask. Right now, what we are looking at is just to have more members in the diaspora, maybe to be nominated, or maybe to be in elective offices. See if we can just fight it into by our own. Yeah, because it looks like no one is going to listen to you. So unfortunately.
I hear you. It looks like one of those things that you need to continue going at. You keep, it's like the woodpecker. You keep going until you get to that hole.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But it needs to happen. You can't give up.
Oh, never.
We
never give up.
Too big a number, even if it was one person, and their rights need to be chased after. Necessary to have those conversations. Good that we can do that here. To just have us alive to the conversations that are going on and the things that are being done, and just hoping that group, large group of people, significant enough to be part of the process, is actually considered. Right?
Yep.
Thanks for being here this morning. We know you flew all the way out just to be on this show, and we're going to keep it at that.
Really?
No matter the narrative.
Thank you so much.
Wycliffe Mobek is the Executive Committee member of Diaspora Technical Working Group, has been here this morning joining us in our conversations. Thank you so much. Good morning at 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. At least 4 suspected Al-Shabaab terrorists were killed in a clash in Najo and Guracho areas of Garissa County. 2 AK-47 rifles, a PKM machine gun, multiple rounds of ammunition and communication radios were recovered from the men. According to police, the 4 were combing the area with plans to attack security personnel and installations when they were ambushed. Police said the development marks yet another major victory in a series of well-coordinated operations that continue to cripple Al-Shabaab activities. Now, a police pistol that had been missing for 4 days was found abandoned outside the home of a retired cop in Itan, Elgeyo Marakwet County. The Seska pistol with 15 bullets had been missing since Monday last week, when a senior officer who had it said he was attacked and robbed of the same. A colleague on terminal leave said he woke up on Monday and found luggage dumped at his gate, and when he checked, he found the pistol with the bullets and a mobile phone. The inspector of police who had the weapon was arrested for losing the weapon, and investigations are currently ongoing. Marijuana worth 10.5 million has been seized at the Elebor area near the Kenya-Ethiopia border. Confirming the incident, Sololo OCPD Joseph Ndiga said that the marijuana packed in 12 sacks and weighed 350 kilograms was seized while being ferried in a land cruiser. On his part, Sololo Sub-County Deputy Commissioner Edward Koko commended police for apprehending the smuggler, calling on the government to increase the number of reserve officers at the Kenya-Ethiopia border to bolster security. The suspect was taken to hospital after injuring his leg and will be taken to custody after being discharged. The National Assembly kicks off its 4th session of the 13th Parliament at 2:30 today afternoon. Diving into a weighty lineup, lawmakers will vote on the President's reservations to the Conflict of Interest Bill and the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill. They will also tackle Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, allocating 465 billion shillings to counties for the year 2025-2026. Other key items include adopting the National Sanitation Management Policy and a report on the audited accounts of state corporations like Kenyatta National Hospital. It is a crucial day for governance and accountability. The Kakamega County government has given a 1-month deadline to contractors who were awarded the tender to build kindergarten classrooms before legal action is taken against them. Speaking in Malava, Governor Fernandes Baraza was visibly angry at the negligence being shown by the contractors in the projects awarded to them by the government.
Tumeanzisha shule za ECD. Tuko na zile ambazo zimekamilika na nimeambia contractors wote ya kwamba wale ambao hawajakamilisha ujenzi wa ECD zetu nimeupatia mwezi moja, wasipokamilisha wataenda nyumbani.
And finally, residents of Busia and Migori counties are stepping up today to participate in public hearings on the Finance Bill 2025 and the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025, organized by the National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. These sessions follow consultations in Nairobi. The Finance Bill will shape Kenya's fiscal policy for the 2025-2026 financial year, while the Virtual Asset Bill addresses the regulation of digital financial platforms. That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto. Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs,
nguruwe kujiganga na mafuta yako.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It's 9 minutes after 9 o'clock. It's the 2nd of June, and this is the final hour of The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday. And yes, it's not Monday, it's actually Tuesday. But as we get into conversations that are necessary, The Situation Room does that every day. Ndu, Dennis, and Mark with you today. And we get into a conversation that you're not going to like. It's not going to be comfortable. It's going to be sticky. It's going to be a tearjerker. It's going to be angry. But it's necessary to have. And it's one of the things that we were privy to over the last couple of days, and much more so in the last few hours of yesterday. Nominated Senator Gloria Oroba was to be here this morning, but a couple of things that she's attending to, so we'll have her at a later date. That having been said, there are other ones that we will have today, and you will be joining us in those conversations because of the manner of the nature of these issues. It's on your media, it's in your papers, it's in your socials, it's there. But before we get into it, Mark, you want to remind us about today's proverb?
No,
you guys are doing a doozy on me. You were here and then you were there. Now you're there and then you're here.
You know, tukilisema tucheze piki piki po
ki
pakamie
Mielo disco.
Thank you very much.
Sawa basi.
So, I have met only 2 people from Eswatini, right? And one of the most scary facts about this country, you want to take a guess?
One of the scary ones.
Scariest things about this country.
About Eswatini. Sijui.
Dennis?
Situambie tu.
So take a guess.
They have beautiful women.
That's goes without
scary.
saying.
Yeah. So
but is that scary?
That's
pretty women. You scare.
Aseto.
Yeah. So please reduce your beauty.
Wow.
Well, the most scary thing is that the HIV rate now stands at 25.9%, which means 1 out of every 4 people in Eswatini has the HIV virus.
Okay.
Yes, very sad. No comments.
It is very sad. Misery loves company.
When a gorilla is in power, the monkeys are happy. Yes.
Yeah, it's true.
Do you know that?
You'll get something.
Yeah, the other way of looking at it is if you find a gorilla in power, perhaps you should consider being a monkey.
Yeah, play ball.
Or marry a gorilla.
Yes.
Or something.
Yeah.
At the very least. Power by association is one of those things that we're talking about.
Well, we've heard that wives are making government decisions in this country. So yeah. Office of the first governoress.
Spouse of the governor.
Gubernatorial spouse.
Wow. So they campaigned together. Talking. Come as a park.
Yes, and you know the good book says, and 2 shall become
one.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this morning we are having a conversation around what should actually be the protections of people who are activists or lobbyists, or who go into different circles when they fight as human rights activists. Of course, the story that grabbed the headlines and that which grabbed the screens yesterday was that of Boniface Mwangi and Agatha Atuhaire yesterday, as they gave their horrifying details of torture in Tanzania. And many things have come into the fray this morning, and that is the conversation that we're having, as uncomfortable as it would be. And we know that there are many folks who use other mechanisms for deflection, that it is an uncomfortable situation. It is difficult for you to fathom that another individual went through this kind of torture or went through this kind of issue, whether it is alleged or not, that it is difficult to fathom in your mind that this was done to another human being. So as uncomfortable as it is for any of us to fathom it, it's a conversation that we must have. Whether you come from the place that this was all made up, or whether you come from the place that this is actually something that happened, we need to talk about it. We also need to talk about the role that those who sit in certain offices have when it comes to the protection of its people wherever they go, whatever it is that they do. If they're breaking the law, there are systems that have been set up to ensure that individuals will be dealt with. Now, Boniface Mwangi, who we know for the longest time has been an activist, was in Tanzania at the mid towards the end of May. Agatha Atuhaire is a lawyer and journalist activist who is from Uganda. They did make an attempt to be in Tanzania for the trial of Tundu Lissu. They were arrested, not at the airport. They were not taken at the airport. They actually were able to leave the airport and they went to their hotel.
Yes.
On the first night, Boniface Mwangi, according to the reports that he gave, there were folks who came to see him past midnight. They said that they were security officers. Rather, the security of the hotel escorted them to his room and they said that they wanted to have a word with him. He refused. And for some reason or other, they left that night. Yeah. The next day, while they were having a meal in preparation for him to go to Uganda, he went to the restroom and that is where they met him. He tried to scream to bring some attention to what was happening, and in the eating area, the restaurant area of the hotel, he was then taken. Yeah. He made a call to some Tanzanian activists that he knows. He also made a call to those who accompanied him on the journey to let him know that this is what happened. The same fate would have befallen Agatha Atuhaire, and they then gave their horrifying recount of the things that happened to them. Now remember, they were taken on the 18th of May, 19th of May, 20th of May, 21st of May, 22nd of May for Boniface, 23rd of May for Agatha. They tell us about the things that happened to them over those 4 days for Boniface and 5 days for Agatha. We are told about torture where the beatings were merciless. We are told about playing music so that their screams could not be heard. We're also told of sexual torture and sexual assault that happened to both of them during this time. They're told about threats that were made to them. They're also told about recordings that were made while these things were happening, and the threats that were made that if they were ever to set foot in Tanzania again, they would not be tortured, they would not be beaten, but they would be killed. And it was very clear that these messages were coming to them. These are things that were said in public yesterday. These are allegations, because we're still going to call them that.
Yeah.
That these were allegations that were made by these two individuals against individuals in Tanzania. They named the police officers who were there because they didn't hide their names, neither did they hide their identities. They named these people. And first of all, we can deal with a series of things. The horrific nature of the descriptions that they gave of things that happened to them, if that is anything to go by, first of all, we're not even talking about should it or should not have happened, for whatever the case. And then we talk about the fact that there was security command there in place. We also talk about the fact that they were dumped in their respective countries, so there was no question that they were aware who they were and where they came from. What has surprised people a lot more from all of this is the resounding silence that we then hear from the institutions and departments of government, which are tasked with the responsibility to ensure that their people are safe, especially when it comes to dealings with another nation, more so a neighboring one with whom you have had cordial relations for the longest time. You are part of a community together. Should this have happened to another individual, another human being? Absolutely not. But for me, what makes this worse, if we're dealing on allegations, what makes the wound deeper? What makes it bleed more? What makes the experience that more harrowing is the silence that is met by the institution. And I'm putting this right at the floor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that this thing could happen and two individuals have come back to the country, to their countries, one in Kenya, one in Uganda, and we're not asking questions. We are not saying, come on guys, this cannot happen to another human being, but we are silent about it. And I keep saying, our human value barometer is set too low. I don't care what they went to do. This thing that happened to them should not happen to another human being. Doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter where they are. This happened to people, and the silence with which it is met is unfortunate.
You know, sometime back in Tanzania, there was a young lady who purportedly had an affair with a senior official in Tanzania. And there was a disagreement, okay? When this disagreement happened, there was certain security officials who were sent to quote-unquote teach her a lesson. There were about 6 men. And they sodomized her. And as though that was not enough, the video of her being sodomized was circulated. This person was not a minister. He was not a general. He was just senior enough, the security forces, to be able to issue an order that this young lady, not much older than 21, was sodomized by 6 army officials. And unless there was public backlash, they had gotten away scot-free. I say this to say that for me, those are not allegations. Boniface Mwangi, I believe you. And I'm willing to stand by your word, because I have seen this being done to people, not once, not twice. The level of inhumanity that is meted upon people in our neighboring countries in the name of political expediency, in the name of stabilizing the country, is ridiculous. By the time a president of the caliber of Yoweri Museveni comes up and says that we're sorry for atrocities, he's not joking. There are atrocities. And there are atrocities meted upon people who simply want to give alternative voices, or even voices to the people which the people feel hurt by. Let's not forget that Tunde Lissu himself has been shot.
16 times.
Yes, been brought to Nairobi to get health care. Tunde Lissu, this is not the first time he's being arrested. He's been arrested many times. And each time for spurious reasons. I don't doubt this too. I don't.
You see, I will speak from a position of, as a man, right? There's some things as men that are very difficult to talk about. When you see someone like Boniface Mwangi, let's stop looking at Boniface Mwangi as an activist that he is, but as a father, as a husband, and as someone's child. And a Kenyan citizen for that matter, whose only crime was to go to Tanzania to stand with someone he calls a friend. And that is not wrong, because it has happened before. Emeritus Chief Justice Maraga was in court as well to see a friend. Boniface Mwangi was taken in by the cops from his room. He was already in the country. Had he committed any crime in Tanzania? No. He was taken in, was interrogated, and even the Kenyan ambassador to Tanzania told him that he would be deported back to Kenya. We all know deportation processes. All they do is they take you to the nearest airport, put you in the next flight, and send you back home. That is not what happened to Boniface Mwangi. Boniface Mwangi tells us how one Faustin Jackson Mafuele was there when he was being beaten and even threatened to rape him. These are words of one Boniface Mwangi. And as Ndu, you say, there is a resounding silence from the ministry. Let's not forget in a televised interview where the Cabinet Secretary Foreign Affairs, who has been donated power by one Boniface Mwangi, who is a Kenyan, who went to vote, the reason why he's in that office, was mishandled in Tanzania. But the Cabinet Secretary Foreign Affairs says Boniface Mwangi imported or exported bad manners to Tanzania. That is the person who's in charge of making sure that Kenyans, including Mogaka, who we had here in the morning, squarely lie under his office. If we hear the likes of the Iyala Member of Parliament that we had here equally resound and reverberate the bad manners that was allegedly exported to Tanzania, tell me again, what crime did Boniface Mwangi commit for him to be arrested, first of all? And anything else that happened to Boniface Mwangi should never happen to anybody in any country, anywhere in the world. Because human rights are clear. If Tanzania is a signatory to human rights laws, what makes them think that they can break it?
You know, let's start here. And let me speak to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and indeed to my good friend, the Iyala MP. Let's start here. Yes, I absolutely agree that Tanzania has a very strange political culture, right? That I agree with 100%. I also agree with the fact that the situation in Tanzania post-Magufuli, you do need to go there walking on your tippy toes. I will not by any means make people think and believe today that you can go to Tanzania and not be picked up for lesser reasons than this. Let's just set that clear, because I think it is also important to inform Kenyans about the dangers they face. I'm not saying what Tanzania is doing is right, but I'm just telling you, sometimes when you go to the Romans, do as the Romans do. Because to be honest with you, that's why I started with the story of that girl. I'm telling you, it is one of the most horrific things you'll ever see in your life. And if what they did to Akina Boniface is a quarter of what they did to that lady, it is too much. But now we have a problem. We have a problem where we know there's a country that is willing to go rogue with your human rights. Now we come back to the ministry. So, your people went. Maybe you didn't like it. Fine. But they're your people. They're your people. You don't need to agree with them. They don't need to have gone and ate their food with the pinky in their air and drank their tea with crumpets. No. Let me tell you. Remember the lady who was being hung, actually, Juicy, for drug possession. Didn't we cry for her?
We did.
Didn't we cry for her? In
Was
a
there
place
no intervention?
No, in fact, was she importing bad manners?
Yes.
She was.
In a place where it is known very clearly that if you do have anything to do with drugs, there's no question.
Yes. Yeah.
You will go to jail for life or
they'll
you will
hang
be
you.
hung.
Yes. So that lady who was guilty as sin, we defended.
Remember the gentleman who equally killed someone in Saudi Arabia, and the Kenyan government took that conversation and reparation was paid to the family.
Because the right thing to do is what we used to do as kids. I can beat my sister at home when we are playing, but you try to beat her in school, I'll beat you. Let us understand each other. We are Kenyans first. For me, the question of whether they were exporting bad manners or not is immaterial.
It is immaterial.
It is totally immaterial. Boniface Mwangi, we are 100% behind you on this one.
Dear Mr. President, I don't think there's a question here about what needs to be done when Kenyans, whom have, yes, delegated their power to you, to then be able to protect them. Yeah. The silence is too loud over this particular issue, as has been too loud over other issues when it comes to the rights of Kenyans and how they should or should not be disappeared, tortured, or even worse, killed. That it shouldn't have to take somebody to give a personal testament about what happened to them in 4 days of torture for something to come out into the open. It doesn't take that. Dear Mr. President, it doesn't take somebody to have to relive the horror of 4 days in darkness, blindfolded, tortured, beaten, sexually abused. It doesn't take that for silence to then be lifted. It doesn't take that. That you've delegated responsibility to somebody in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to have these conversations, to condemn certain actions, to at the very least want to know what happened. The silence is loud, and unfortunately, people are starting to believe you when you don't do something about that in terms of how you care about them. So the question is, do you care about the Kenyan citizen, dear Mr. President? And if you're silent about these things that have happened through your people whom you've appointed, then people are going to believe whether you care about them or not.
And you see, when you bring up the question of care, the president, while giving an apology, apologized to Tanzania for allegedly what Kenyans did. The only person who's not heard the president address them is Boniface Mwangi. You see, when we sit and we look at human life and the value that we place on human life, we continue to ask this question every day. What value really do we place on human life? Because we've seen it happen here. Kenyans disappear. We've seen Kenyans being abused outside this country. We are silent about it. Life continues normal. The least the government would have done, the least the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would have done, the security agencies, is when Boniface Mwangi landed into this country, first of all, take him to hospital. Take him in, ask him what happened, find out the true action. What really happened to Boniface Mwangi that he did not have to come out in the glare of cameras to explain, because the government that ought to have done that failed to ask.
Aseto, first he did have to. I'll tell you why he had to come out in the media. Why was Martha Karua treated different? Because she's Martha Karua. The only way you can protect yourself is by actually coming out public. That's the only way. And it takes a lot of courage to describe the kind of horrors that Boniface went through. So it takes bravery. But the thing here is this. The truth is that until we grow up to such a point that we can defend our enemies, fine. Boniface Mwangi was part of the Gen Z riots. Fine. He's known to have opposed every regime from Kibaki all the way to Ruto today. Fine. You might consider him your worst enemy since Hitler. Fine. But true leadership is taking care of your enemies as well. True leadership is realizing that he's one of the Kenyans you swore to protect. Is realizing that he's got every right that all of your fanatics have. Every right. And the fact that we are a country that cannot take action about this issue, raise a question in the UN, raise a question at The Hague, raise a question at the East African Court of Justice, raise a question through the Foreign Affairs. There are so many avenues by which the state can act. Now my worry is, if we do not act now, when they came for Boniface, I did not speak. Soon they'll come for me. I have a flight there very soon. Who will defend me if this conversation is hard?
This is the thing that I think we need to get to the point where we're asking, then really what does it mean for Kenyans looking forward? we must understand that RECs play a very, very large role when it comes to regions of the countries, of the continent, for sure. Does this sour relations in any way? Number one. But I don't even want to go to that area where we talk about what happens at the regional level. That coming back to Kenya, what does it mean then for the protection of its people? Are you safe here? Are you safe abroad? And that's the question. 27 minutes to 10 o'clock. We're going to come back and look into this just a little bit deeper. That there are, and you know why we call them the questions coming in on our comments. Why do we call them allegations? Because we, at this point, before anything does go, we know that there's some cases that have already been filed at the courts of justice. We know that has already happened, and it is one man's rendition. And unfortunately, it's sad to say, but it's one man's rendition. It's one woman's rendition, and then you really do have to give this the opportunity to both sides. That's why we call them allegations. Just because you have to stay on the right side of legal. It's sad, but we are bound to do that. We're going to continue with this conversation. We'll come back from this break. Like I said, it's an ugly one. It's an uncomfortable one, but it must be had. At 26 minutes to 10, we'll be back after this. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
24 minutes to 10 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday. We're asking a question. We saw and we read the revealing ordeal from two activists, Boniface Mwangi and Agatha Atuhaire, and telling the horror of what they went through over 4 and 5 days from the 18th of May until the 23rd, when they were then dumped at borders in Kenya and Uganda, respectively. Both of these harrowing ordeals had everything to do with sexual assault. It had everything to do with torture, beatings, psychological torture, and, of course, threats to their life and livelihoods, both now and in the future. And the question is, it's not a funny ordeal. It's not funny at all. And it's not anything that somebody can take lightly. But I want to ask a question that has really bothered me as I thought about it ever since the day that we heard that they were missing. And then when we heard that they had then been dumped and then they made their way back to their countries respectively. Why didn't we see or hear any pre-chagrin, surprise issues from the Kenyan government about their Boniface Mwangi who had gone missing? Why didn't we hear anything to that effect? Why didn't we hear thoughts of questions asked about these allegations that were being made and nobody asked questions about what happened? And nobody should tell me that maybe something happened behind closed doors. I won't buy that, because we have just in the recent past seen things that were happening with Kenyan citizens in other parts of the world for which the questioning was very public, for which things like this didn't happen, for which a man killed another man and a bloodletting needed to happen, and there were very many calls from the government, for which a woman who had already been found guilty of drug trafficking in another country and was going to be hanged, we saw the intervention of government in a very public manner. So in this case, when an individual in the company of others went to show solidarity as an activist with somebody in another country, and this, look, political nuance and unsaid things notwithstanding, and tradition when it comes to political behavior notwithstanding, these things that are said to have happened to him, why do we not see an interrogation of these issues in just a public as a manner as happened in other cases? Why don't we see that?
You know, there was a guy who was taken from Kenya, Kizza Besigye. Boniface Mwangi is equally taken in Tanzania. We must consider that this could be a coalition of the willing. I shall not elucidate.
Don't elucidate, because then again, if 1 + 1 is 2, not 11, bro. Because at the end of the day, when you sit down and look at the happenings in the region, look at Kizza Besigye abducted in the country, driven all the way from Nairobi all the way to Uganda, Kenyan government silent. Look at Boniface Mwangi, whatever happened to him in Tanzania, the Kenyan government silent. You know, one has to ask the question, why is it that at the center of these all, the governments that are there seem to be silent or appear to be condoning what it is that is happening to the citizens of the region?
I don't see that things are in a good place.
They can't be, they're not.
Because I often find myself going back to my dictionary or even like practice or experience, and I ask myself, when we talk about a democratic space, what exactly does that mean? Because all of the countries that we talk about, everybody now takes that democracy and democratic and throws it around the place as though you're passing out hot dogs at the state fair. You know, democratic this, democratic that. Everybody talks about that. But are we really? Let's use a different word, because if we're not, then we are not. And I still say that there is no justification under the sun for anything that you would then do this kind of behavior to another human being. And beyond the politics, beyond the regional politics, beyond who is running for president or not running for president, beyond who was annoyed because an activist was jumping up and down saying certain things about how your governance needs to be questioned or things about you need to be put in check. Put all of those things aside. And I'm saying today that it is about time. That barometer we talk about when it talks about human values, we need to check it. If it has a problem, a mechanical fault, we need to sort it out. Because the minute that you see and hear things like this and it doesn't touch you to want to do something about it, we have lost it. We have lost it, and there is no political, there is no economic, there is no developmental, there is nothing that you will do to make anybody believe you if such a thing doesn't touch you. You cannot come and say tomorrow you want to lead. You cannot come tomorrow and say tomorrow you want to justify. If something like that doesn't touch you and you raise your voice to ask a question about what happened and demand that the person who put this and other individual through a situation like that then must answer in one way or another. If you don't ask that question, we have a bigger problem than economics. We have a bigger problem than governance. We have a bigger problem than money. We have a bigger problem than organization and coming together as regional bodies. We have a human value problem, and that goes to the very core of the matter. If we are comfortable and we can go about our business listening to and seeing such harrowing tales of what other human beings went to, we have a very big problem, and that is what needs to be dealt with. This one, it is beyond just standing in front of a podium and saying 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's beyond sending your people to go. If we can't be touched, be moved in any way that something like this has happened to another human being, and I'm talking about the victim, I've not even started to talk about what has happened to the individuals who inflicted this on others, because they too are not okay.
Yeah.
If we cannot deal with those issues, and I'm preaching, but I sit in a place where my job is to share. I sit in a place where my job is to share information. That's what I was trained to do, to give out information in a way that will allow us to have a conversation. If I sit in a position where I share information the way I do on a daily basis, and I cannot be in touch with the humanity of things, we have a problem. If we govern without humanity, if we lead without humanity, if we engage without humanity, if our values are in the dustbin, no amount of money is going to solve the problem.
You know, Ndu, let me just speak to my president, upon whom the buck stops. Let me speak to Mudavadi, where there's another backstop. Let me also speak to the Law Society of Kenya, whom can file a case at the East African Court of Justice, and ask them this. Do you realize that this is an opportunity to make things right? Do you realize that if we took a step back as a country, and came together to care for Boniface Mwangi, let's put our political leanings aside. Let's put even his history, if you don't like it, put it aside. And can we just, for once, stand for our own? I don't see any difficulty at all in writing an official letter to the government of Tanzania asking for these 6 or 12 people who abused these people. I don't see a problem or a difficulty or an issue with the head of police in this country using the Interpol connection to ask for these criminals to be presented. Because whether we like it or not, these people who did this are criminals.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
It is not a matter of Tanzania. You know, Tanzania is a big country. They are criminals who did criminal acts upon our Boniface Mwangi. I don't see a difficulty at all in the police, the DCI, whatever you want to call them, writing and saying, we want these people.
You see, Mark.
Let me finish. 3, there's nothing stopping this country from taking action, diplomatic action, such as recalling our ambassador until this matter is settled. What I'm simply saying is, it is not for shortage of opportunity or legal ways to handle this that it's not being handled.
No, it isn't.
And I'm sorry I'm raising my voice, but listen, even if you want to look at this thing politically, and you want to bridge the gap with Gen Z as we preached during Madaraka Day, where do you think you need to start? Other than right here. Other than making this right. Because for once, Boniface Mwangi was not arrested on the streets even. As in, come on, guys. As in, I know, please drop your jubileeless, your NCCG, your all those things of yours, and think that this is an opportunity. Even if you are thinking solely politically, this is an opportunity for you even to get those political points you're looking for. Seriously. As in, it is incredulous that we have to sit here shouting our voices hoarse because you refuse a thing that is not only good for Boli, but it's also good for you. Which Kenyan will complain and say, oh, you went to defend Boli, now I'm not going to vote for you.
Come for crying out loud.
You see,
as it come on.
Kenyans have spoken. Kenyans have stood with Boni. The only people who've let Boni down is the government of Kenya. Simply because so far, no ambassador has been recalled, no ambassador has been suspended.
Even answering.
You know, these are questions that are being asked. And we talk about human life, we talk about human decency, we talk about rights of each and every single person. Whatever happened to Boni, when you talk about this man called, I'll call you by his name, Faustin Jackson Mafuele, and threatening Boni that we've recorded you and we will share these things just so we can embarrass you.
Please do.
The embarrassment
is done.
Is done. The only person you're embarrassing here is you and your damn government. Because when you talk about Boni, what was his crime in Tanzania? None. He kept asking the police officers in Tanzania in charge of investigations, what is my crime? They have not done that. The government of Kenya, it is time to do right by Boni. Same way we apologize to Tanzania. Boni, deserves to be done right by, and Boni deserves justice, whichever way you want to look at it.
Let's take a call. Let's take a call from somebody. We're taking a few calls as we do this morning. 0719-012-600. We'll take your calls this morning as we look into some of these issues. And, you know, why haven't we heard the voice? You've been on hold for a minute. Very good morning to you. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
Yes, good morning, and thank you so much. Thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Bichachi. My name is Gian Wahome. I'm calling from Nairobi. I'm a youth leader in Nairobi. And thank you for having this conversation. And it's so sad that Kenyan citizen who went to show solidarity with an opposition leader that is only calling for electoral reforms in that country, that our people went through such order. But the saddest part of it, my dear sister, is the government of Kenya was a collaborator in all this. I'm saying this because we saw a parliament in Tanzania debate this issue, and we even had legislators talk of even raping one Mother Karua. So this is part and parcel of how they do things, and this should call us. This should really worry us as a region. Kenya is a country that has a new constitution. Kenya is a country that I know we can't compare it in terms of democracy with Tanzania and Uganda. But when our security agencies, because I'm saying this down because this, remember, even happened in Mombasa. There is a guy who went through what Boni has gone through, and he accused the sitting governor of the same. I'm really asking this because there is a time the sitting president of Kenya was indicted by the ICC, and we saw leaders in this country board aeroplanes to the ICC to go and show solidarity. What is so wrong with Boni and others going to Tanzania to go and show support? We are living in very, very interesting and desperate times. And the only thing I can urge and pray to my brother Boniface Mwangi Agala is that Kenyans and East Africa solemnly support everything they have done for these nations. We will continue supporting them, and I thank them for the courage they have come out and spoken about it, because the enemy wanted to silence them. We are also praying to Kenya and more to the DMV. We will keep the momentum.
Well, Home, I'm going to need you to move a little bit because we seem to have lost your sound. All right. So thank you very much for that call this morning. I mean, just looking into, some of these matters, important for us to do so. And the call is very clear that we're saying there needs to have been an answer. I just want to say something, and I think that's important. We're not talking about something that is far-fetched in terms of what you actually can or cannot do. That there are nations on this planet whereby the minute they hear that any of their citizens has been taken for whatever reason, they say, give us back our person, and then you can ask questions later. They have signed into governance acts which say, for our people, because we realize that our first duty is to keep them safe, we're going to ask you that if they happen to be in your country for whatever reason, let us have them, give them back to us first, right? And then let's ask questions later. Let us be the ones, if we need to discipline them, or take them to court or anything like that. So it is very possible to do. We're not talking about something that is far-fetched. We're going to take a few more calls from you this morning. Boniface Mwangi is online, and we want to hear a few words from him this morning. Hello, Bonnie, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Well, I am fine. I am all right. Very shaken, but I can't imagine what you must be going through. We just want to ask, how are you as well?
I'm surviving. It's tough for me mentally, and I have a lot of wounds that are healing, so it's going to take a while before I'm back on my feet.
Those are physical wounds, but I would imagine that the ones that we can't see would be a lot deeper.
There's a lot of mental anguish and pain.
Why did you come out yesterday, Bonnie, to say exactly what happened to you? Why did you and Agatha decide to do that?
So they were capitalizing on our silence. They told us that we were going to be shamed, and the guilt of what happened to us was going to be like a cross we carry for the rest of our lives. And we thought about it, and we realized that if we don't speak, we're going to be giving them power, because they'll have actually achieved their goal, and their goal was to silence us forever. So we decided to share what happened to us. But even if I shared, Agatha had already gone public about what happened to her. And for me, I was just trying to find solidarity with Agatha for me to be able to speak it. Because when I came back from Tanzania rather, I shared with my family the first day I arrived and said, I don't want to talk about this with anyone else, and let's end it there. But I had to go to hospital, I had to go to theater for some checks, and so I said, let me come public about what happened to me and to us.
First and foremost, bro, Paul Sana, as in my heart breaks for you. I am incredibly sorry. I cannot express how sorry we are. How would you like to be supported, both from the public and from the government side? Because you are ours, and we owe you our loyalty, our help, and also to be able to bring back dignity and justice to what happened to you.
Asante. So there's a bigger conversation, because I was told that Tanzanians use sexual violence as a weapon to silence people. So I think there's a need to have a larger conversation about other victims who are silent, who can't speak about it, and have the Tanzanian government investigated for such crimes. I think the other thing you can help me is help me find justice and get justice. Our government failed me, because our government knew that I was in the Tanzanian authorities' hands, and they said nothing about it. And actually, the only apology that came from Kenya was the Kenyan government and our Foreign Affairs Minister apologizing to the Tanzanian government. I think furthermore, and I've said this, I have said that I would like my medical reports to be made public. I've asked the Foreign Affairs, go to Nairobi Hospital where I was treated. My medical reports are there, all the injuries, and there's also independent medical reports of what happened to us, so that Kenyans can know the level of brutality that went through in the hands of Tanzanian government. So justice is all we need now, and I hope that our pain was not in vain, that Tanzanians are going to get liberated from the shackles of Suluhu's evilness and dictatorship.
Bonnie, we talk about the Tanzanian authorities coming to your hotel and picking you up. I know you asked them what your crime was, and no one really seemed to have that answer. What were they saying? Why did they pick you up?
There was no chargeable crime, so I did not break any Tanzanian law. I think what they were afraid of, and it has actually happened, was us exposing the sham case of Tundu Lissu. So the reason why we went other than many others were going to the country was trying to bring publicity to the case that is going on in Tanzania about Tundu Lissu is the main opposition leader. He's in jail. His party has been banned. And I think they were trying to avoid being embarrassed internationally, and that's why they were trying to silence us. So we did not break any Tanzanian laws. It's just that Chama cha Maovu, CCM, was afraid of our voices speaking on Tundu Lissu's issue.
So, of course, after all of this, there's been huge uproar all over the place, Bonnie, and folks have started to ask questions. And I think one thing that comes out very clear here is why anybody might think, or why do you think that there has been this very loud silence from government in terms of what happened to one of its own citizens?
I think our government was happy it happened to me. For them, it was good riddance. And also for even Uganda's government, because even Muhoozi, who is the CDF, in charge of the military in Uganda, was happy what happened to Agatha. I think our government sees us troublemakers in our countries, and so they were happy that another country was trying to get rid of us. And that's why I think that's the silence, because they know that the work we do is very important. And so if there's someone else who can try and break our spirit, they're happy for that. That's why the government is very silent. I think if what happened to me happened to a politician in our country, to be discussed in Parliament, in State House, and everywhere else. But because I'm a citizen who tries to hold the government accountable, then they're happy that evil has happened to me.
Bonnie, you know, I am really wondering what saved your life, because from how the parliamentarians are talking, from how I know Tanzanians have handled their own citizens, and you're right when you say that they do weaponize sexual violence. It is not the first time I've heard about it. What saved your life? What do you think made them get to that decision where they let you and Agatha go?
East Africans saved our lives. Kenyans went to the streets. They went to Foreign Affairs Ministry. They went to Tanzanian embassy. I think the noise from ordinary Kenyans what saved our lives, because the free Agatha, free Boniface Mwangi was not a government job. It was a Kenyan. It was just ordinary citizens speaking on our behalf. So it's actually your voices that actually saved our lives. The stories that you guys published, the discussion that you guys had on your radio shows saved our lives. There were some people out here fighting for us, and because we were picked so publicly, they realized they couldn't get rid of us. But I think if I had been picked that night in my hotel and gone quietly, I would never have been found.
So finally, because I know that, to have to rehash this over and over again is not an easy thing to do, but you've obviously realized that it's important to speak out. And that's one of the things that we have in terms of strength, isn't it? To speak out. That's why we do programs like this. That's why we say it's important to talk and have conversations. Moving forward, obviously, that it's not going to be easy to do, like you've said, but that there is a necessity to do so. Has it killed your spirit, Bonnie?
No, they haven't actually. So my body is weak. My mind is messed up. I would actually use the word fucked up. But my spirit is still strong. It's going to take a while. I'm crying a lot. I'm broken a lot. But I will heal, and I'll continue fighting. I think one of the things that I have to appreciate that I've been given a second chance in life. And if you're given a second opportunity in life, you don't waste it by self-preservation. Just keep doing what you did
what is your
before.
message to the Kenyan government and Kenyans and East Africans, perhaps?
The Kenyan government has betrayed its people and betrayed me, but the truth is we're working very hard to remove this particular regime in power. So if I was doing it 5 times, I'm going to do it 100 times to remove this particular government in power, and they should be held accountable for their silence in our atrocities.
Thanks for talking to us this morning, Bonnie. We wish you healing, brother, and that's physically as well as psychologically. And it doesn't stop. We can't stop talking. So we thank you for being able to have the strength to do this with us this morning.
Thank you.
We'll keep the conversation going. Thank you so much, Boniface Mwangi, joining us this morning, having that brief conversation with us. The conversations continue as they must. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. The Situation Room. We bid you a good day, and we'll talk again tomorrow, God willing, at 6. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life